The top 3 characters will be the ones we pick. In case you are not familiar with the game, basically, at the very beginning, you pick 3 characters. The very first character determines which storyline you start with and also end with. Each individual character has their own introduction, like just intro sequence. When I originally got to play this game for the first time, what I did is I literally just started a new game and played through the intro storyline with each and every character, just so I know what they were doing and where they were coming from. Okay, I guess in previous 2 runs I've just left the characters at their default names, because I imagine there might be a bunch of people who are just not necessarily familiar with them, so we're just gonna do this as well. As a heads up, this is the fan translation, this is not the official Trials of Mana translation that we're playing here. And the reason is actually quite simple. This happens to be the ROM that I originally ripped from my original cartridge, and then you applied the translation patch for, and now it's all the way just sitting in my SD2 SNES for easy capture. So basically this was just the simplest way I could capture this. I was considering setting up my Switch for playing there, but we're just gonna roll with this one. Which also means Charlotte's name is Charlie, or Carly in this case. She is a Holy City of Wendel cleric. A powerful little cleric. Or as the remake would probably say, a powerful werewolf cleric. I'm sorry. Next, we're gonna pick Angela. This lady over here. A magician from the Kingdom of Alcana. And last but not least, we're gonna pick Kevin, which actually is reasonably fitting. So, the reason why this is reasonably fitting that we picked Kevin is quite simple. There are 3 main storylines. As I said, each individual character has their own introduction, but they are basically just opposing sides to each storyline, and they have like 3 main storylines. The one main storyline is Duran and Angela. This guy is Duran. And then we have Kevin and Charlotte, which Charlotte is our main character, so having Kevin in the mix actually makes, you know, there's a few extra little scenes here and there with the characters just interacting with each other when they are part of the same storyline, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have Hawk and Lise. Alrighty, Kevin it is. He is a grappler from the Beast Kingdom. Could also call him a monk. Basically, he just punches stuff, and he's pretty strong. Like, really strong. Alrighty, and aside from that, I'm actually gonna go ahead and set up a new straw poll, and I need to tell Yagabot to stop yelling about the temporary straw poll. Hold up. At least I need to make this much slower. Alrighty, pick our how do we pick the character evolutions? Or how do we pick the character evolutions? Because we have basically light and dark evolution for each one of them. Trials of Mana, pick character evolutions. Let's see, Trials of Mana, character evolutions. Well, it's like second job classes. What do you call that? Class change. So we have... this is not helpful. I don't want class character guide. How do we do this? Angela, there we go. So, Angela is sorceress, or Angela is gonna be a... Delvar. I think sorceress and Delvar would be the official translation. Which one is the official translation for this? So we have Angela for Delvar and flip a coin when you get there. Girls and their dog. No. I like for people to be able to pick. You agree, coin flips? Coin flips all the way. With odds D100 with odds according to votes. You know, I like that actually. Let's go with that. We're gonna go with a ranking poll. Angela, Sorceress, and Angela. Okay, but there's gonna be a dice roll involved, but we will have a ranking poll where people can influence the ranks of which they would like to pick. So we have Angela the Sorceress and Angela the Delvar. I hope I'm getting the character names correctly. Then we have Charlotte the... Let's see, what's the description of this? Charlotte the Priestess or Enchantress. Priestess and Enchantress. If you don't know what these mean, don't worry about it. It's not... We'll get to that. I'll explain. Then for Kevin, we have... the Monk. Oh, actually, one of his job class is called Monk, so I guess me calling him a monk is not technically wrong, just not quite right. Monk or Brawler or Bashkar? Alrighty, so... max points is 5, that's fine. Great poll. Then we give Jagabot this poll. There we go. This is what Jagabot is gonna say. Here's the poll if you'd like to vote already, if you already know things. And even if you don't know things, again, just vote for what you think sounds fun. There are going to be 2 evolutions, and we will be flipping, well, a D... well, do you flip a D100? We're gonna roll randomly, but weighted based on what people vote for is the short version. Short of people, nobody voting for one of those options, we'll just have that. So I'm gonna add a real quick command for people to be able to do this. Trials. Oh. Enabled. Alright, so exclamation mark, trials, poll. There we go. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Okay, sorry, that took a bit of setup time. Maybe I should have thought about this beforehand, but let me be frank, I'm already struggling to keep up with everything here to begin with. I'm just trying to do my best. But... God's Black Arm, thank you for 46 months, and let's finally begin, my goodness. As we input the last character's name, Kevin, we go. It immediately begins as soon as you input the last name, which is why I was just sitting there. Our main story begins in the holy city of Wendel. Thank you for the good luck and welcome. Hope you're doing well. And the little girl just running around in the flower field. And 2 figures walking away from her. Trying to catch up with them, but... Papa, Mama, where are you going? Wait, don't go! Papa, Mama... And she wakes up in her bed. A dream? Oh. Bonk. Charlie, are you okay? Really, that looks like a nasty bruise. As always. Bye. Your Excellency, I need to speak with you about Charlie. Ah, Eve. What about my granddaughter? Lately, she hasn't been well. She may still look young, but she's already 15. And with her confused elven heritage, I think she may be having some difficulty. Is that so? Look, Heath, have you noticed the goddess statues lately? They've been crying tears of blood. And what about that light that appeared over the lake? Yes, it was midnight, yet bright as high noon. What was that? I do not know, but it may have been related to the disturbances in the manor. Heath, I'd like you to go and investigate. Maybe you can find out what the light is. Understood. I've also felt a presence from Jad. Maybe we should put up the shield. As a precaution, I agree. Safe journey, Heath. Oh, light? What if it's dangerous? Heath is in trouble. I gotta protect Heath. You know, I kind of didn't even remember or realize about the official versus unofficial translation thing. Like, I didn't actually pick based on that at all. Maybe I should have considered that a bit more beforehand. We could switch... So, quick question. What's the general opinion? Is this a translation fine, or should I switch over? It's just gonna take me like 5 minutes to set up. Because this is not an official translation. This is a very old fan translation. Like, very old. So, there's a decent chance that maybe I should go for the one. Like, a part of the reason why I'm also asking is because of familiarity. There's a decent chance a lot of people only ever played Trials of Mana, but don't know about, like, the original fan translation that has been flying around for 20 plus years. Charlotte Wiggle. So I'm just kind of curious whether, like, there is any merit for me to just go with the official one instead for that reason. You think this is a celebration of your 10 years of streaming? You should play the version you've played more over your 10 years. Well, that would be this one. You know, that is a fair way of thinking about it. Thank you, Rakadactylus. That is excellent way to think about it. Hey there, welcome. One of your favorite games ever. And what a game it is. So, little fun fact. A lot of games in the Super Nintendo era, for the most part, they didn't have the highest resolution. It was like 320p or something like that. But in the menus, these games had an astonishingly high resolution. However, the trade-off is that exiting and entering the menu in this game takes like a full 3 seconds. And then just moving around is very slow. Like, I press right, left. Wait, my controller doesn't even update with the input viewer. Why not? Hello? Input viewer? Huh, it doesn't update. I don't know why. Anyways, this game is very advanced for the console, and also the trade-off is that it's quite laggy, but for the most part, it's actually functioning quite alright. So what we can do real quick is we can change our background for the text boxes. I might actually literally just keep this default style because it's the clearest in terms of being able to read the text. But we can change the color. You know, that's alright. Alrighty, let's move on. Where do we move on? Well, we need to sneak over and help Heath, of course. Also, Charlotte being the granddaughter of the Cardinal, or whatever you want to call him, is quite an interesting thing. Because every other character, all 5 others, don't start in Vendel. Like, their plan is to get to Vendel for one reason or another. But Charlotte here is the only character that starts in Vendel because that's where she grew up in. Grandpa! Grandpa! Oh, hello, Charlotte. Be a good girl and stay in this temple today, alright? Why? Because I said so. Now go upstairs and read. Oh, but that's boring. Save your game? Sure. Why not? Go upstairs, and she just runs out the other way. Let's see who else we find around here. These opening sequences have very particular triggers that you need to meet in order to advance the story beats a little bit forward. And I have absolutely no memory as to how you do this in Charlotte's opening. So I guess we'll see. At least the rest I probably remember. I guess we did go upstairs, huh? Hi. Taking a nap, Charlie? You sure do sleep a lot. Miss Charlie, you're going to do some reading? How studious of you. Maybe we should go reading. Is there a bookshelf in here? I don't see a bookshelf. And there's no confirmation to save your game. So if you accidentally save over a file that's way further, that sounds pretty harsh. Hey friend. The Priest of Light. Your grandfather is a great man, supporting the lives of people around him. One day I hope to stand in his place. Ambitious. Bum, bum. What's up here? Hello. Oh, hi Charlie. What? You can't go to Astoria by yourself. You can't even use magic like the grown-ups. Ha ha, so rude. I'm not just a little kid, you know. Charlie's already 15 years old. So listen to what I say, or it's time for a spanking. Okay, I understand. Meet me on the 2nd floor terrace tonight. I'll show you the way out. So he knows the way out. Or a crafty little kid. So that definitely was one of the triggers I needed to meet, and we need to do this tonight, so maybe we can just go to bed now? Sleep here until night? Yes. One of the early speedrun routes actually used Charlotte as the main character, because her introduction story, compared to all the other characters' introduction story, is actually much shorter. But that ended up not really working out due to other routing reasons, where you're just losing a lot of attack power and such. Yippee! Nighttime! Save your game? Sure. Alright, meet me on the terrace at nighttime. Well, the terrace was over here, wasn't it? Charlie, this way! Now stand back. It took me forever to get this without anyone noticing. Ta-da! It's a Banekujaiko. I think official translations call these things a high stepper. It lets you jump really high. I won't tell where I got it. Stop that nonsense. How's this thing gonna help me? If you use this guy, you can get to Astoria without letting any of the grown-ups see you. Now hurry, you'll get spanked if anyone finds out. So violent. Whee! Uh-oh. It didn't work. I didn't do it! It didn't work. So this thing, if you step on it, it just throws you incredibly incredibly high up into the sky. And you land on top. The other character. Good thing fall damage doesn't exist in this universe. Ow, I don't believe it. Should I just leave her? No. This is where you meet your second character. Whoever you picked as a second. In this case, Angela. Are you awake? You were snoring and drooling. This is the inn in Astoria. And it's not free either. Sorry. Oh, that Mick. He needs a spanking right now. I'm going now, so why don't you stay here until morning, since you already paid up. You already paid up? Apparently, Charlotte loves sleeping a lot. I'm so glad I met that nice person yesterday night. What am I doing here? I gotta find Heath. Alright, let's go and try and find Heath. I have no idea how the early game works for Charlotte. Normally you would go to the west now from here, but I guess we'll see. Actually, what you normally do is you talk to, I think, this guy. Nobody believes me, but I'm sure I saw it. A strange light coming from up above the lake. Maybe we'll see it again tonight. So I think you need to talk to this guy in order to learn about the light, and then you go to sleep. I don't know if that's true for Charlotte as well. We pay the 10 monies. Oh, you actually... Normally in this game, when you pay for an inn, you automatically go to sleep, but here you actually have to walk into the back room first. Please press a button. Luna's Day. Okay, this was not the way to progress the story. We know Heath wanted to go to Astoria. Maybe we can find him somewhere in here. The Holy City of Wendell is on the other side of the lake. There's a cave to the east, which goes underneath the lake, but it's sealed off right now. Oh yeah, she's also important for most characters to learn that there's a barrier in place. Alternatively, you can just run into the barrier in order to learn about it. That works too. Hehehe. What? Oh. Lol. Panta is always quiet, but today's been growling. I wonder what's wrong. Can't pet the doggy. He's growling. Right, let's go and see what we can find outside here. Maybe we need to learn... Welcome to the Rapide Forest. Maybe we need to learn about the barrier first. Bing. Sealed by an invisible force. So this is the barrier that was mentioned earlier in the cutscene that was, well, created or something like that as a precaution. So, combat in this game is very strange. As soon as you're in combat, you can no longer run. Basically, you need to enter combat mode in order to be able to attack anything to begin with. And combat mode you enter by being close enough to enemies that happen to be around. Then, if you press the A button, you attack. If you press the B button and you have your bar at the bottom filled up, which we do right now, you unleash a special attack, which is a fair bit stronger. Aside from that, there's not a whole lot. You can hold down the A button, which initiates auto combat, where your character is automatically going to go ahead and start whacking enemies. Basically, you give the character over to being AI controlled. Then these chests. You frequently get chests from enemies at the end of combat. But specifically, you get these chests after you defeat the very last enemy on the screen. You never get the chest beforehand. Oh, hello. Who the hell are you? Beastman from the Beast King. Why are you here? He's a priest from Wendell. We can't let him leave. He'll get in the way of our invasion. What? You'll never... Heath! Who's this kid? Hey, what are you doing? Ow, let me go. Stop. Take your hands off that child. He's pretty strong, isn't he? He just one-shot all of them with a single target spell. That's quite impressive. Charlie, why did he come to a place like this? Charlie... I think she was supposed to be saying I... Well, anyways. Shh, someone's coming. Heath, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Run away. But something is happening. What? Watch out! Heath! That's about the weakest holy ball spell I've ever seen. Still, he has potential. Yes, I think I've stumbled upon something nice here. Hey, what are you doing to Heath? Small child, this does not concern you. Stand back. Heath, where are you? He's gone. Heath. Heath, give Heath back! Charlie watched in horror as Heath was abducted by a strange masked man. Little did she know, the fate of the entire world was about to be placed in her hands. Alrighty, I'd like to real quick give a shout out to all of the other intro stories. Like, this feels a bit of a strange introduction story. But in this scene here, all of the other characters during this honestly amazing introduction track, they undertake the journey from their homeland for various unpleasant purposes, each one having their own reasons to try and head over to the city of Wendell. They take a ship and sail over to Jad, which is the city nearby Wendell, and you would see them arrive. Here for Charlie, we just get a scroll across the world, I guess. And Heath got clown-napped indeed. Lakeshore Village, Astoria. I love the music in this village here, it's so good. So, maybe now we go to sleep. It just feels like the introduction sequence is cut short for Charlotte just because... Oh, Heath. Because all of the other characters have like so much more going on at the same time. Charlotte is just like, Heath is going out. She tries to follow him, and he gets kidnapped. And now she goes to the inn because there's not really a whole lot else she can do. At this point, goes to sleep, and a mysterious light appears in the sky, just as the man at the lake, well, said. Hello and welcome, thank you for the good luck. As you have some really nice emotes here. Alright, let's see what that light is about. Huh? You see that, old man? Do you see that light too? I've never seen anything like it in my life. And he's old. He must have seen things. Catch it! Catch it before it runs away. It's running away. Mushrooms. Ow. Charlotte can hold her own in combat, at least this early on. She is absolutely the weakest character for physical attacks of the cast that you can select, but right now she is absolutely capable to just dishing out her attacks. She's also using a little flail kind of weapon. Well, I say a little. It's almost as tall as her, I guess. These golden statues both heal you back to full as well as allow you to save your game. I'll probably just habitually save at every one of these. This one technically not all that necessary. There's not a whole lot that could go wrong aside from my... Oh look, sleeping rabbits. They even snore a little bit. You can hit them, they wake up and then they start attacking you, but that seems kind of rude. So I don't do that. It's a fairy. Hello? Come on, get up! It's having trouble staying afloat. Oh, I'm alright now. Who might you be? Charlie's name is Charlie. When I sleepy sleep, I saw a sparkle. Charlie. Well, I haven't much choice now. Alright, I picked you. What? Nothing. Please, Charlie, take me to the Priest of Light in Wendell. There isn't enough power left in me to fly. Oh, you see Grandpa? I understand. Just leave it all to Charlie. Huh? That came from Astoria. What's going on? Let me take a rest inside your head for a while. Huh? Okay, let's go to Astoria. Ah, there's a voice in my head. Quickly. Gotcha. And the fairy joined. We now have a fairy in our head. And she picked us. Why? For what purpose? Who knows? Anyways, Astoria seems to have exploded. There's a large flash from across the lake, so we need to figure out what that is about. Victory. I could wait until I get the chest, but I don't think these enemies have any interesting drops. So I'm just not gonna worry about it. And yeah, this game has like an entire day-night system, which, again, might seem relatively mundane and tame nowadays, but this was a huge deal. Like, the entire environment having its gradual, like, light level changed over the course of, like, multiple different types of light levels is crazy for the era. Just wanted to point that out. It's really good. What is not so good is Astoria was razed to the ground. Hey, what happened? Looks like the beastmen invaded while you're gone. Why are they being so mean? We have to hurry to the Priest of Light and tell him Wendell is in danger. So yeah, the beastmen, if you go to that city up north, Jad, you actually are not allowed to enter because the beastmen are just standing guard there, because they have literally taken over the entire city on that shore. They're not from, like, joking around. Oh, hey, there's you again. I want to go to Wendell, but I can't get in this stupid cave. Huh. You have a fairy that can let us in. You serious? I saw that light too. Good thing I didn't follow it. I'd hate to be possessed by something like that. So come on, get her to open the cave. Then you can take me to Wendell. I'm tired of being left alone. My name is Angela. I'm the princess of Altena. But I could never use magic. Altena being the magic kingdom, her being the princess, and she can't use magic. Kind of a big deal, if you would say. My mother was so cruel to me. She was about to trade my life for some stupid mana stone. I don't know what happened after that. I just found myself outside the castle. I didn't know where to go, so I headed out into the snowfield. It's more like she was a brat during class and refused to learn. I always interpreted it more in the vein of, like, yes, she's a brat and refuses to learn and study, but I always kind of interpreted it more like that she, like, just didn't have the gift of magic for the most part either, for what it's worth. But it's also another way to look at it. Also, she does have the ability to teleport because she teleported herself outside the gate. That's what was her doing. When I got to Elrond, the fortune teller said to go to the Wendell. So, here I am. I haven't caught your name yet, so you're Charlie. Well, let's go, Charlie. Angela joined. One thing the game actually, because it's such a short introduction, doesn't really mention either. Angela's mother being this cruel is actually very unusual for her, because she is known as the benevolent queen, or whatever you want to call her. Basically, one that cares about her kingdom and her underlings to prosper, but she suddenly changed for no apparent reason for there. Sealed by an invisible force. Hold on, I'll eliminate the barrier. I guess technically we would learn bits and pieces of that, but I feel like it's important for a character description of Angela a bit. To embellish? Not embellish it, enhance it. Okay, the barrier is gone. So the barrier that is holding out the beastmen is gone. Because it was holding us out from being able to enter Wendell as well. Angela, like Charlotte, is not particularly strong with physical attacks, so we have two very, very weak physical attackers, and we'll have to get past the first boss with just these two. You don't think this storyline ever explains why? Yeah, I'll note it as we go there, because I do remember a lot of the bits and pieces of the story, and I do like telling them. Yeah, controlled characters just attack as normal. Cleric. Charlotte gets a level up. So, levels in this game allow you to spend your stat points towards a certain stat. What the game tries to do, and I'm not gonna bother manipulating it, what the game tries to do is give you like a soft cap on how much strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, spirit, or luck your character can possibly have. And with every few levels, that soft cap increases until a maximum of a hard cap of how much strength your character can possibly have. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and give Charlotte strength here, just because that will increase her physical damage output by a bit. Effectively, I guess I should have described the stats, but strength does exactly what you think it does. It increases your physical damage output. Agility, only actually is used for two things. One is damage for throwing items, as well as certain throwing spells for, well, those spells we don't have in our team. basically some of Hawk's spells are based on agility. But for our character purposes, it's just literally damage from throwing items. And the other purpose is, when you open chests and the chest is trapped, the spinning wheel goes slower when you have higher agility. And that's all agility does. There is no evasion rating or anything like that. There is actually supposed to be evasion, but it just was never implemented, or it just doesn't work in this game. So basically agility does nothing else aside from throwing items. Funnily enough, leveling up agility is actually one of the things the speedrun does, specifically because they abuse throwing items against one very specific boss in particular. Which I think is quite amusing, because you level an entire stats and focus on it for one of the characters just so you can use it to throw items against exactly one boss. Hey look, another high stepper! These basically give you kind of a bit of an overview as to where you currently are in the world. We are now past this cave. We came from the north part of this lake and now went through the cave basically all the way to the right hand side and curved back over to the west here. And to the west of us is the holy city of Wendell, Charlotte's hometown. Also, intelligence increases your defense against elemental spells. Well, any spell school that isn't specifically dark or holy, it increases your damage output with those spells and decreases the damage you take from those spells. And wisdom is the same thing, but for healing related, as in holy spells as well as dark spells. Basically offense and defense. But a bunch of healing items are also effectively just casting... Actually, there's basically an item that casts effectively every single spell in the game. So specific items do also take these stats into account for the purposes of healing more or dealing more damage for that matter. Hey, howdy, welcome to Capsart, welcome back, hope you're doing well. Welcome, and here's a little fun fact. Angela comes pre-equipped with the next weapon that we could buy here already equipped. We're gonna buy the wood flail here for Charlotte. Wait, doesn't it normally automatically equip the weapon? Am I crazy? I guess it doesn't. I thought it automatically equipped the weapon if you buy it with her. I guess. Anyways, she has now 3 more attack power, which is gonna be quite helpful. And what I should do is 2 things. One, we go in here. You can see this is like a helmet shop or an armor store. I'm not really worried about that. We're gonna go down here to one of the very, very few things that is interactable in the environment. There's actually almost nothing in the environment you can interact with in this game, unfortunately. But the Angel's Grill is effectively a healing item that picks up a character from being knocked over. So we can take advantage of just buying that one. And then we're gonna buy a bunch of candy. These heal for 100 each, I think. And it's actually pretty nice to have them. I'm also gonna buy medical herbs, which removes poison. And then you can actually buy more than your usual maximum amount of these various items and store them in your stash. And effectively you have 9 active items, or you have 9 items that you can actively have that you can then subsequently use for, oops, wrong button, for in combat or just kind of in general in the overworld. And then you can, while you're out of combat specifically, also get these items out of your storage and put them out. So you don't have to be in a town or anything like that. You just need to be out of combat in order to access your storage and restock from there. So is a Strength Charlotte build possible? To an extent, you can give Charlotte and Angela strength. However, because they are hard capped on how much strength they can possibly have, they will never deal as much physical damage as the other characters that are more like specifically focused on being physical attackers. So while you can improve the damage output a little bit in the early stages of the game to make it comparable, they will very quickly fall behind in terms of straight up physical damage output. Alright, we need to bring the ferry to Grandpa. Charlie, where have you been? Oh, I'm sorry. But Heath! What? What about Heath? Well, the beastmen, they pushed him around and then they took Charlie. And then this weird guy, he was like Zap Boing Boom with magic. Huh? You're not making any sense. They kidnapped Heath! Don't you get it, Grandpa? What? Charlie, is this true? So you're the Priest of Light. You look like just another old guy to me. But I heard that you can help me. ... Wait, let me speak. My priest, I have traveled here from the Mana Holy Land. The Mana tree is starting to wither and mana is disappearing from this land. A fairy has arrived from the Holy Land. This is a terrible portent. If the Mana tree dies, the 8 God Beasts will awaken to reclaim this world. God Beasts? Are they friendly? How can this be? Charlie, the fairy chose you. What's wrong? Grandpa, why are you looking at me like that? Have you gone senile? I'm sorry, but the declining power of mana makes it difficult for me. I have to be inside someone in order to survive over on this side. So you can get out of Charlie's head and go live inside Grandpa now, right? It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Once the fairy chooses a host, it can't leave until the host dies. What? No, I don't wanna! My priest, please, let me take care of Charlie. She will be the only one who can draw the sword of mana. If the goddess chose to hand this fate to Charlie, then I understand. Hey, what are you talking about? Charlie isn't going anywhere. Charlie, didn't you want to find Heath? The sword of mana has the power you need. Oh, tell me more. The sword of mana is the center of the power of all the mana spirits. It is the implement which the goddess used to create the world. He who holds the sword of mana has the power to reshape the world, create and destroy life. It sleeps at the base of the mana tree, under constant guard by the fairies. If the sword is drawn before the mana tree dies, there may yet be hope. The goddess will awaken and save the world. Your wishes may be granted as well. But if the tree dies first, then the power of evil will grow stronger. And we may never be able to save Heath. Say no more, fairy, say no more. So how do we get there, huh? I opened the gate to the Holy Land myself, but I don't have the strength left to do it. You need to release the energy of the 8 mana stones. The goddess closed the gate to the Holy Land long ago, and sealed its energy inside the stones. So, how do we get it back out again? There was once an ancient spell which could control the stone's energy. War erupted for control of this spell, and the world was torn apart. The bloodshed ended after the curse was put on the spell, making it take the caster's life. The spell was lost soon after that. Nobody knows it anymore. But the 8 spirits who guard the mana stones, they could probably help us. With their combined energy, we may even be able to open the gate. That may work. Wisp, the spirit of light, resides not far from here. Some people have even sighted him near the giant waterfall in the Cave of Waterfalls. mana sword. Huh, Mother was trying to get that too. If only I could beat her to it. Hey, please, can I go with you? Of course. And when you obtain the power of spirits, you'll be able to use magic too. Really? Yay. Alright. A plan has been formed. An idea has been set into motion. And the fairy just coerced Charlotte, who didn't want to leave actually originally, to say, hey, you could probably use the Sword of Mana to save Heath. And Charlotte goes, oh, I can do that? Let's go. Here we go. Reese is the main story for ST3 for you. Archdemon is just the intended boss for the game. It feels very mainline to go with Reese and Hawk's storyline, I will agree. But then again, that's the story I've played the most, because that's what the speedrun chooses. Alright. We could theoretically skip a bunch of enemies along the way, but we are two spellcasters that don't have a lot already. So, about the stats, by the way. As you can see, I can now not select strength anymore. There are means and shenanigans to trick the game into thinking you're a higher level and let you choose these stats anyways. But I don't think I have access to most of these means right now, so I'm not gonna worry about that. So we're just gonna be hard capped to however much we can select here. And what we're gonna do is... actually, maybe real quick, Vitality. I think this very slightly increases your maximum HP, but it also increases your physical defense. So Vitality kind of is decent for physical defense and general survivability. Well, it's not that much maximum HP again, just mostly physical defense. Intelligence, again, elemental offense and defense. This is holy and dark offense and defense for spirit, and luck. You know, you would think that you have an increased crit chance with luck, but crit chance does not exist in this game. Kind of like evasion, it just doesn't work. It was probably supposed to work at some point, but the only thing luck does is if you get a trap in the chest, you have more potential options that are okay, as in don't actually hurt you. But since you get the item anyways, even if you get the traps, and the traps generally speaking not being that big of a deal, there's little reason to pick luck. Anyways, we're gonna go with Vitality for the physical defense for now. Pretty sure there's missed chances in this game. Funnily enough, no, actually. Like, you would think there's a chance to miss in this game. Because the game keeps just telling you that you missed, or the character missed, or something like that. Like, it is very reasonable to assume missed chance in this game, but let me explain as to what happens when characters miss with their attacks. Here. This bat just attacked me. It is in range to be able to hit me, but I just opened up my menu. It's going to miss. Actually, it wasn't in range. Okay, that guy hit me just before. And there's a miss right there. Or at least, the game thinks it's a miss. So, what generally speaking happens with these attacks and them supposedly missing is one of two things. One, we have too much defense and they deal... Actually, I think no, we always deal not that much. Anyways, the other thing that actually happens is a character begins attacking and then the attack timer runs out, because each attack effectively just has like a time on how long it takes until it like supposed to be finished. And when that attack timer runs out, like basically it's just like how long the attack animation is supposed to last. As soon as the time the attack animation is supposed to be over runs out, any attack will miss after that time frame if it was supposed to land on the enemy. There's a strange energy coming from the waterfall. Maybe it's Wisp. There's an opening up there too. Maybe he's inside. So basically, let me see if I can set this up. Alright, oh, I can't do this. I'm on... There we go. Angela is about to attack. She just initiated the attack. But I just opened the menu and effectively her attack timer runs out during the menu. You can actually literally open the menu to make enemies miss, and she is going to miss here because of it. Just trying to demonstrate this again. These attacks, the special attacks cannot miss, so this is always going to hit anyways. But trying to make Angela miss again. Just kind of here. Angela is going to miss this attack, guaranteed. The bat also just missed its attack. Basically, again, the only time you're technically missing in this game is if your swing, like your animation, on how long the animation is supposed to take, runs out, and that's when you technically miss. There is no evasion in this game, to my knowledge. I might not be entirely correct about that, by the way, but I'm pretty sure there is no evasion in this game that is actually functional. But I might not have the details right, let's put it this way. I see that opening, but it's too far across. I can't reach it. What will you do? Okay. Little story time. When I played this game for the very first time, I was stumped at this point for a long time. Like, I went back to the city and bought some rope because I figured that makes sense, but the game just... it doesn't allow you to buy rope. What you might not notice is there's this little menu on the left side. If you press up or down, you can switch from items to spirits. We're supposed to ask the fairy for help. I did not figure this out for probably hours until I eventually just stumbled upon it. Oh, I forgot you can't fly. Well, maybe I can focus some energy from this waterfall to make you fly across. We did it! How convenient. Happy Friday! Welcome to you as well, alright. I hope you have a lovely day. Enemies with a longer attack... oh, I just interrupted Angel's attack. Enemies with a longer attack swing just take longer until they actually hit. I'm gonna give Angel a strength as well for now. Like, she will want to have intelligence at some point for dealing more damage with spells. But spells in this game are a little bit awkward. Like, they are fine, decently strong. But for now, I actually do prefer the physical attack strength. Honestly, against these early game enemies, we are holding our own just fine. Also, this guy just appeared right behind us. I heard a thing, I'll get to that as soon as we defeat this guy. We're gonna... basically, my, I guess, intent is to go Strength, Vitality, and Spirit in that order for, like, stat priority. Charlotte will get healing spells, and those will be useful. So, let me check real quick. Rensterner, thank you kindly. Welcome back for 72 months. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. That's a long time, dude. Hope you're doing well. Poison Mist Breath. Poison just continuously deals damage to you in this game. But status effects do not carry over between screens. HP and MP restored. Save the game, yes please. Do you know what decides whether you can level up stats? Earlier you could not increase Charlotte's strength, but later on you will be able to increase it again. Do you know the condition for that? You just need to have a certain level in order for the game to allow you to level up strength again. That's all it determines. Well, there are means and ways to trick the game into thinking you have a higher level than you actually have. And that is very easy to accidentally trigger. So if you ever thought, oh, I was able to increase my level or my strength beyond in my previous playthrough, and now the game doesn't let me, that's probably why. So there's a level and class cap, pretty much, yes. Well, specifically the level cap is, well, the entire soft cap, as I call it, is literally just dependent on your class. So for Charlotte, maybe we can level strength only every 3 levels or something like that. So next time we can level it is maybe at level 6, and then 9, and then 12, and then 15. And then after 15, there's a high chance I will not be able to level her strength anymore as a cleric, because that would be, in the game's opinion at least, be too high. Same with Angela. I probably won't be able to increase it that much higher. The speedrun does some shenanigans in order to trick the game into thinking you're actually higher level than you really are. And again, that is something you can accidentally very easily trigger. At least I think that's what's happening, by the way. Again, I don't think I've seen anybody ever actually take the game apart and reach the code in order to confirm whether that's in fact how it works, or at least I've not seen it. It's just kind of from experience, that's basically what's happening. Effectively, what the speedrun does is, when you're about to level up, you defeat an enemy, switch screens, and defeat more enemies. Effectively, the game just stalls and tries to give you the level up when, like, there's enough time for the game to display the level up message, etc. But if you defeat another enemy after switching screens before that happens, the game just internally raises the number as to what level you're supposed to be at this point. Like, kind of like a temporary storage for what your next level is going to be and what level you're supposed to be able to get to for your stats, so to speak. Alrighty, this should probably be fine. We have plenty of healing items for this upcoming part, and we can grab the 2 candies out of our storage that we have. Because there's a boss fight up ahead. It's not a particularly difficult boss fight, but that's fine. By the way, round drop is the candy in this game. Alrighty. Another thing I haven't actually mentioned yet, if you press and hold L or R, you can temporarily control another character. If I press the select button, I more permanently take over the other character. So you can just choose whichever character you want to control. But basically, if I press the R button, I can control Angela, and if I press the L button, I can control Angela. Now, L and R is supposed to be for different party members, but we only have 2 right now, so it's always Angela whenever I hold L or R. And welcome to the marvelous, the immaculate, the fantastic, and very crusty Full Metal Hugger. Alright. There is normally a limit on how quickly you can attack with your weapons. However, I actually bypassed this limit by just holding down the A button and tapping L or tapping R repeatedly. You can see Angela is attacking much faster than she's probably supposed to. And this is kind of effectively tricking the game into letting me do that by just holding down the A button, which, if you remember, triggers the automatic combat of the character. So effectively what I've been doing is I've just been tricking the game into letting me briefly, temporarily control Angela. I lose control of Angela again immediately because I'm no longer holding the L or R button. So let's heal her real quick. And then I regain control of her, and effectively the game forgets to apply the cooldown that I'm supposed to have to me. You can absolutely defeat this guy without doing that, by the way. This is not a particularly difficult boss fight, it is just much longer if I don't do that. But as usual, in these games that I happen to have speedrun, it just feels more correct for me to use these techniques that I have learned and practiced over the years. So that's what I'm doing. You can also see Angela often gets like multiple of these special attacks off, rather than you're supposed to just get 1 per full bar. Again, the game tries to attribute who just used a special attack and attempts to remove your control or like the special attack button you have. But because I'm basically half the time controlling Charlotte instead, the game just thinks, oh, you just executed a special attack, but you're controlling Charlotte, so Charlotte's special attack must have been used up. And Angela just keeps her for that reason. And yes, the only way to have 3 party members in this battle is having Charlotte in as your 3rd character specifically. Actually, she might also work as her 2nd character. I'm not sure if it works as a 2nd character. Anyways, we win. It's not a particularly difficult boss battle, so I don't feel like I'm skipping any challenge by using the little speedrun techniques that I've learned. What's that? It's me! I'm it! I'm the one you're looking for! I was trapped in this thing's body! I'm finally free! The fairy told me all about you folks. You've got a lot of work ahead of you. But I'm like the fairy. I can't live without mana, so I'll go along and help save the mana! Can you tell us where the Mana Stone of Light is? It's right above us, but we can't get to it from here. Don't worry, it's safe for now. At least, while the mana power holds out. Let's go find my buddies and then head over to the Money Holy Land, eh? Huh? Oh, shortcut! Charlotte wanna go this way. As you can see, we are now level 5, and the game tries to calculate ahead. Okay, what is your next level going to be? So it adds +1 to our current level, so 5. If I delayed this level up message some more, I might have been able to trick the game into thinking I'm already level 6 or 7. That's where you might be able to get extra like stat points out of it, where you're not supposed to. Anyways, we have just learned Heal Light for 1 ally. Having Charlotte in your party, just casually, is extremely nice, because Heal Light is a healing spell, only costs you 3 MP, and it allows you to just heal. It's not free healing, but it is almost free healing. Like, she can cast 5 Heal Lights, which are effectively full heals at this point. And then you can buy like fairy walnuts, or walnuts in this game, that allow you to just heal a bunch more. Like, she is extremely handy to have for a casual playthrough, just because she provides so much healing over the course of the game. It's very pleasant. What will we do? Well, we ask the fairy to get across again. Whee! And back over to Wendell we go. Unfortunately, these beastmen think that we want to go directly to Wendell and show us the way that is down there. Huh. You must have been the one who lowered that barrier. Maybe I should thank you for it. Now our invasion of Wendell can proceed as planned. Let's go. It's a very loud waterfall. What should I do? Angel laughing will forever be a cursed sprite for you. And here we see the backstory of the fairy in the Mana Holy Land. The music is so good. And I just remembered I didn't sync the music again. Oh no, the tree. We should tell the priest. Find the hero too. We don't have much time. So the fairies were just happily playing along in the Mana Holy Land when they realized that the tree was suddenly dying. I can't go on. We're almost there. I won't make it, I'm sorry. I'll give you my strength. And one by one, the little fairies sacrificed themselves for their compatriots to be able to continue on and give them their strength until there was just only one fairy remaining. It is basically the intro cutscene. It kind of is, yeah. Slightly different, but basically the same. Oh, where am I? We're at 1 HP, and we're inside a cage. Hey, let me out of here! Be quiet. Who are you? And where is this? Me, Kevin. This is Judge Jail. Beastman got you at Waterfall. Wait. We escaped together. How? Leave to me. Hey, quiet. How are you, Freddy? Kevin, can you keep quiet? It's Lugar's orders. Freddy, you can't put me in jail. The Beast King will hear about this. Wait, I did it because of Lugar's orders. Alright, this must be some sort of mistake. Okay, you can go now, but only for the Beast King. But hey, you tricked me. Sorry, Freddy. It's open. Come on. Let's go. Ship leaving soon from harbor. We run to catch. Kevin has joined the party. Why is he helping and joining us? I don't know, but your third character always does that here. With the one exception of if you already have 3 party members, I don't remember who is normally over there in that other cell. But it's basically just like your third party member, or ally if you will, helping you out. And as you can see, Kevin just turns into a straight up werewolf at the beginning of combat. And in short, he is just so much more strong in terms of physical attack power than the other 2 characters, that he is... it's like night and day. Like, he deals more damage with a single punch than Charlotte or Angela, while also simultaneously attacking twice every individual strike you do. So he basically double attacks frequently. If you're looking for a physical attack here, and like having your frontline brawler, Kevin is your man. Or beastman, really. So as you can see, he's a werewolf, or at least part werewolf. And he's also basically the choice for speedruns, just because he has so much damage output, and this being this game here, it's never actually explained, but let me introduce you to a concept real quick. Kevin, in his human form, he deals damage. When he transforms into a werewolf, he deals a bit more damage. But his werewolf form has like a special property to it, which is the main reason why he is so useful and strong in speedruns. Effectively, when he gets hit in his werewolf form by any enemy or an item, like let's say if I'm controlling Charlotte and throw a medical herb at him, even if the medical herb does absolutely nothing, Kevin still is going to get his enrage. If he gets hit by anything, he will get increased damage. And that increased damage is very substantial. Like right now I deal 19 and 20 damage. If I get hit by anything here, let's actually have that wolf hit me. Come on, hit me, buddy. Hit me. Okay, he hit me. Now we deal 26 and 27 damage. It's basically like a 50% damage increase. This is technically the exact same buff you get when you're using one of those strength up items or strength up spells. Reese is the only one who can cast a strength up spell, I think. Actually, that might not be entirely true. Anyways, normally Reese is the only character that casts the strength up in your team, and we don't have her. There are items we can buy in order to trigger the strength up, but Kevin, as soon as he gets hit by anything in combat, he just gets it for free, and this is a huge reason why he is so strong. So if you've ever wondered why Kevin was just suddenly dealing much more damage than any other character, that strength up after he gets hit by literally anything, including healing items, is probably the reason why. Duran has a nice and quick swing with decently high damage. If Duran got the strength up like Kevin does, he would actually be decent at competing. Hawk just doesn't get enough strength points to distribute into his stats to keep up, I don't think. But yeah. Hello. Hurry, climb aboard. Anchors away. Thank you for waiting for us. Kevin being recruited this way makes thematic sense, you suppose. Though if it wasn't for the way the votes turned out, you would personally make him player 2 instead of player 3. That way we would have Charlotte already and Kevin earlier. Kevin and Charlotte have a few little interesting cutscenes, and I believe there would have been a fun interaction between the two. At the waterfall if we picked him as a second character. We're running out of time. We need to find the rest of the spirits as soon as we can. Whoa! What? You scared of a little fairy? The fairy's with me because she needs to find the 8 spirits that guard the mana stones. Then you're... Ah! I found you! Invental priest of light. Talk about one fairy choose. So... you have problems too. Yeah. My precious Carl. My precious friend, Carl. Carl and me, no matter. So always together. But one day, Carl attacked me. After that, I don't know. My body felt real hot. When I came to, I killed Carl. I'm a beastman, but not like the ones who attacked Jad. My blood half human. After meeting Carl, I learned about friendship and trust. The Beast King tricked Carl into attacking me. My beastman blood. Carl. When I found out, I attacked the Beast King, but no good. He just run has kicked Kevin out of the castle. Fairy, if I go, will I get my wish? Of course, when the goddess of mana awakens, I'm sure she could return Carl's life. Oh, I'll go. Alrighty. Thank you for getting us out of there, sir. I can't go home to shop for a while. Might as well stay right here. Thank you for bringing us to right here. Barry is right here. Welcome to the free city of Maya. From the port you can catch a ship to Jad. No, we can't. Not right now, buddy. Anyways, I don't think we need to talk to this guy yet. Let's go into this shop right here. We have potentially new weapons available. Welcome. Alright, Kevin already comes up with the Iron Knuckle, which is the current weapon. Wood flail and stuff. Oh right, I remember the menu selection thingy. It's not auto-equipping, it's giving the character the item. For some reason, this game here has like individual items you buy for the characters, and they have their own inventory for equipment. There's basically no reason for the game to have like equipment slots like that. But technically, Kevin could buy a flail and put it into his inventory. And then you can go into the awkward like main menu and switch items between the characters. Again, there's largely no reason for that existing. But instead of it just being a shared inventory. But that's how the game does it. Goldenrod music in this game is so good. It is, I agree. Also, this is one of the very few occasions where you can actually buy headgear items. There's a cat ear hood. Guess who that's going to? Why does Charlotte get a cat ear hood as well as a lamb suit? Looks like a Moogle actually. Anyways, that gives her a bit of defense. We can get a circlet for Angela, which I believe she already has the silk robe. Yes, she does. But we can get a bandana for Kevin. So, the way equipment selling works in this game is every so often when you reach certain story portions and story triggers, all the shops in the game just update to the next tier of equipment and items. And a lot of tiers of equipment and items don't have accessories or headgear items for what it's worth. Like, in order for us to get a hood, like, you can conceivably go through the game and never upgrade your headgear or accessory for a long time. Admittedly, it's not a big deal, like, it's a bit of defense, like, it's not much. Compared to your armor, the armor is always, like, genuinely a really big deal whenever you get to upgrade it. The circlet, you know, 3 defense, it's nice. Nothing too crazy though. But in my very first playthrough, I distinctly remember not finding any headgear or accessory items, more or less the entire playthrough until I got to the very late game, which is quite amusing to look back in. It's just because these shops no longer sell these items once you reach certain story progress points, and because they only sell like headgears and accessory during specific like tiers of equipment progression, you might just have these slots empty for a long time. Now look at this guy. You're looking for the monasteries, eh? You should go to the King Richard of Forsina. He knows a lot about them. I've always admired King Richard and the Knights of Gold. They've made a reputation for themselves around the world. You have to talk to this guy in order to know what he do next. I think. Hello. I can't believe we've met. I don't believe we've met. I escaped from Jad on the same ship as you. I heard the Priest of Light has put up a new stronger barrier around Wendell. But he used up a lot of energy in the process and has since fallen ill. The only one who can cure him is Heath, and he's missing. It seems the priest's life is in danger. Grandpa, no! We have to go back. We have to back right now. Charlie? Even if you go back to Jazz right now, you couldn't do anything. Like your grandfather said, we have to get the mana sword and find Heath first. Come on, stop crying. We have to do this to save your grandfather, understand? Grandpa. Okay. Well, I suppose that is our objective. Find the Sword of Mana fast so we can get Heath back. Welcome to the Gold City Road. Angel levels up. We're gonna give her intelligence. This determines her damage output for dark and light, for elemental spells. Actually, she doesn't have elemental spells right now. Maybe I should give her some thinking about. for Cena is where Legend of Mana got the iron name from. Yes, that sounds about right. Candy? No candy. These guys hit like a truck. That does 45 damage with their little projectile. It's pretty rude, but we have Charlotte. She can easily just heal all the damage back up. These guys can easily just like ruin your journey if they just keep throwing these darts at you. And whenever you enter a new screen, they have a very high chance to throw a dart at you whenever you let them. Unless you can punch them before they get to do that. Just looking for items here. Ow. And Kevin gets a level up. We just put points into strength. That way, he's gonna hit even harder than before. I'm using also the L and R buttons in order to briefly switch character to open up the character's menu to cast a spell directly, rather than opening up the menu and then switching. Like, you can switch menu while to the other characters while you are in the menu, but it's more convenient if I just... There we go, he spawned and immediately threw a dart. Basically, it's much easier to select the other character first and then do that. Well, I say easier. It's not like there's a difficulty in menuing, it's just slower. Also, by the way, that they continuously target Kevin with their dart attacks is not a coincidence. The character you're controlling when entering a screen is basically the closest character to them. Generally speaking, enemies always target the closest character, and because Kevin functionally spawned in first, that is the one they're targeting. This guy didn't throw a dart at me. How nice of him. Evade rate? Where did you read that? Like, there's supposed to be evasion in this game, but it doesn't work. Like, the stat still exists, and the characters and enemies can increase and decrease it. It just doesn't do anything. Will this be a speedrun or more of a casual playthrough within the explanation which you would love? Is this the fastest party or just what you like? Also, can you explain the specialization of characters you will not see during this playthrough? I can try as we go. This is more of a casual replay. I'm still going to use various techniques and knowledge I have accumulated from speedrunning, so it will still be a relatively fast playthrough, with like goal-oriented. However, I will take my time to get to the third job classes, rather than just sticking to these. We actually have a vote going on that you can see right here. If you'd like to vote for which job classes our characters are going for, then you can vote right there in the straw poll. Further, the way we pick the characters is I let people pick. Whoever voted for the characters, they voted for Charlotte first. Well, technically they voted for Angela and Charlotte first, and then we rolled the dice to see who actually won. And then they voted for Kevin or Lee second. Once again, we had to roll a dice in order to see who was gonna be next. Oh, also, the way we're gonna determine the jobs for the characters in, like, when they get to the next job level, is we're actually gonna roll a dice, but based on the weighting of what people vote for. So if 100 people vote for Dark Kevin and one person votes for Light Kevin, then we have a 1 in 101 chance to get Light Kevin anyways, because we're gonna roll that way. It's Princess Angela! Beep beep. We are under orders to kill you on sight. What have I done? Angela, you are a bad girl. You need spanking? What? You're working with the enemy, aren't you? Release the machine golems. Trap them on the bridge. Yes, sir. Those machine golems can really mess you up. What? Kevin is just really confused. Understandably so. Immediate lock launcher. Haha, she's murdered Kevin. That's a bit of a problem. I kinda need the guy. We use our one angel grill, I guess. Also, by the way, we did learn a spell with Angela. Her damage output with spells is not crazy. And considering how long the casting time is, it, generally speaking, might be better for her to actually do physical attacks still. Also, Kevin already got hit quite a bunch again, but we're probably fine. Throw a candy to Angela. So me opening the menu and healing actually has a silly negative side effect that you don't necessarily know about unless you are very familiar with the game. But in short, generally speaking, enemies have a cooldown between various attacks that on how frequently they can use them. However, that cooldown runs out while we are in the menu, so me just menuing over to Angela, telling her to cast a spell on the machine golem, that cooldown on the enemies has now run out and they are allowed to, by the gamers, if they randomly choose to select that move, to use their special abilities again. So effectively, you can get into a loop where the enemy uses a special ability on you, you heal the character because they just took a ton of damage from that special ability, so you open up the menu, switch over to the character, and tell them to heal or do whatever, and then they are immediately throwing that special ability back at you again. So effectively, the battle timer, if you will, does not stop while you're in the menu, or even during the animation of the spells. Like literally Angela just casting these spells technically is actually more detrimental than you might initially assume. Like, her damage output, it's not great, 56 damage with these spells. I mean, it's better than you would think a regular physical attack is, but realistically, actually not really. Just a special attack. Let's see if we can save Kevin. Nope, Angel actually interrupted me, so we are on our own now, because we don't have any more Angel Grails. Oh wait, he survived! That's a nice surprise. I thought he was dead. You can actually bring characters back from the brink, but it's more of a janky mechanic rather than necessarily intended, if you will. Anyways, let's have Kevin finish this guy, I guess. Victory! And we get healed to full. Retreat! Here. We just watched the golem slowly walk to the middle of the bridge. It's gonna blow! Yep. And Hotshot, thank you. Thank you kindly for 121 months of support. That's a crazy long time, dude. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Also, by the way, if anybody has any more questions or anything like that, feel free to ask me, or if I forget to answer a question or don't see it in chat, feel free to repeat them. I'm trying my best, but I've been kind of notoriously not good at reading chat in time. So feel free to just at Xhamon, then it gets highlighted in chat or something like that, if you'd like to. Sorry everyone, this is all because of me. Altena started invading all the other kingdoms to get their mana stones. If they're here, that must mean a mana stone is close by. We'll have to ask the king of Forsina where it is, but how can we get to him? Because the bridge just blew up that leads over to Forsina. And yeah, it wasn't exactly explicitly stated, but the spell, the forbidden spell that is used to release the mana stone's energy, that kills the user of the spell because that spell is cursed. The reason why Angela's mother wanted to kill her, it's more of an indirect kill because Angela was supposed to use that spell to release the energy of the Mana Stone. And that's kind of why she says her mother was trying to kill her. Welcome back to the Golden Road. Whenever you get back to an area where the music changes, you basically have an extended period of time where you can just run past the enemies. So that's the thing. Spirit. Spirit allows Charlotte to have stronger healings. She also learns Tinkle Ring. What a fantastic name for an ability. Basically, this just removes any negative status effect. Actually, it just removes literally any status effect. I guess there's no beneficial status effects in this game. Also, fun fact about status effects in this game, you can only have one at a time. So if you're getting poisoned, it will remove any other negative status effect you might have had, like being minied. Actually, that's kind of the main thing, isn't it? Like, you can get minied in this game where you don't deal a whole lot of damage. But if you get poisoned, the minute disappears. Also again, even if we trigger a trap from this chest, we still get the item anyways. Honey drink, nice. An Angela that focused more on hitting things rather than using spells. You'd never considered such a thing outside of the remake. It's more of a... Oh, dreams here, that's neat. This changes day to nighttime and vice versa. It's a very neat little item if you are trying to have Kevin become a werewolf at appropriate times to punch bosses. Because of course he only becomes a werewolf during night. I actually kind of forgot to mention that earlier. So the speedrun is actually very time sensitive, where you often or frequently just go to sleep at an inn to make it be a certain day or night time, so you have Kevin just punch enemies during night time for the most part. Also, there's different enemies during nighttime as well, for what it's worth. But yeah, I guess it's less that I focus on Angela like dealing damage with physical attacks, and more that I just don't think it's worth my time casting a spell. Like in the time that that I open up the menu, head over to Angela, tell her to cast a spell on the enemy, I probably would have already knocked out the enemy with physical attacks, with Angela herself that is, and Kevin makes it even faster for that matter. Then again, the spells can be quite nice because it just makes it much easier to hit enemies with them. Plus, that is not always necessarily the case. There are occasionally just enemies and, well, groups of enemies that are weak to a particular element that we can take advantage of. So if there's like 3 undead creatures or dark creatures around, we can absolutely just use like a area of effect spells and just one-shot all 3 of them with Angela's spell, which might just be more efficient. Anyways, we wanna buy a few of these so we can revive. You know what, I'm just gonna stock up all the way, might as well. A lot of enemies counter spells in the endgame too, don't they? Yes, that's another pain point, unfortunately. Hey buddy. This is the alchemist Bon Voyage's house. He's built something really weird again. Look out the back door. Look out the back door. Hey. What? The bridge fell down? Hehe, finally time for my Hyper Deluxe Special Cannon V2. Really? Just go out back, I'll be right there. Okay. Canonically, this game probably plays before Secret of Mana because cannon travel wasn't invented until right now. Here it is, the Ultra Gorgeous Super Cannon 2. Whoop. Oh. Gunpowder. I forgot about the gunpowder. This thing needs gunpowder. Could you folks get me some gunpowder? I'm too busy in my next invention. Go on. Okay. Bon Voyage left somewhere. I don't know where he went. That's okay. I also don't know where he went. Gunpowder. That was a rude man. Let that somebody more nice. Oh, right. I think now I was supposed to talk to this guy. Not earlier. Lady, I need to talk to the guy. He just decided to sit right there. Gunpowder. The dwarves would have that. You use it all the time to blast new tunnels. The entrance to their village is just before the bridge over the cleft of the earth. Or so I hear. I've never been down there myself. Okay, back we go. What are the perks Angel and Charlotte are there for when you could pick guys with more damage? Character variety. Really? So here's how I chose which characters I was playing as in my very first playthrough as a kid. First of all, I liked Spear, so my natural first choice was Lee's. That's all the thought went into that. Then I liked the idea of a guy just attacking twice very quickly, so I picked Hawk. And then from there I just picked somebody else. I actually don't remember who I picked as a third character. But then afterwards my next criteria as to which job do I evolve my characters into is these pictures here. You know, Kevin, Angela, Charlotte. When you get to the next job level or job class with the characters, they have like different sprites and portraits, and I just picked whichever one I thought looked the coolest at the time. And that was my entire reasoning. Oh yeah, actually I think Angela was my third character, because I liked Spellcaster at the time. Alright, as you can see we can no longer level strength on Kevin, so we're gonna give him Vitality, more max HP. Ow. It was like using Hawkeye? Yeah. Actually, I might have picked Hawkeye as my first character, rather than Lee's, now that I think about it. I'm not entirely sure. Chat is a menace. Chat is fantastic. It spices up the gameplay. Honestly, the most Twitch chat thing that Twitch chat keeps doing well, around here at least, is very frequently when there's a straw poll and we're supposed to decide for going for one thing or another, they absolutely just love trying to balance out the votes. Like, alrighty, what is Mr. Streamer gonna do when we vote for both of these equally? And then you just have to awkwardly figure out what the heck you're gonna do when they vote for both equally. Anyways, what I should do, by the way, I should give Angela Spirit right now rather than Intelligence, because her only spell right now is based on Spirit rather than Intelligence. So that way she will be able to deal more damage with her Holy spell. Don't you just love democracy? Is it democracy? When it's just kind of the collective chaos gremlin doing things. Also, this little part here, I distinctly remember taking me forever to figure out what I was supposed to do. Partially because I didn't exactly read on where I needed to go. So I distinctly remember as a kid, or I guess young teenager, whatever, at the time, I ran back and forth on this gold road so many times trying to figure out what I was supposed to do next, then just randomly eventually talked to the correct guy, and then eventually tried to save my game here, and then finally managed to proceed further in the game. This took like probably multiple days until I figured out how to get here. When I say days, that is like 2 or 3 hours of game time, because, well, I have all sorts of other things to do, but technically speaking it still took days. Alright, the dwarves live around here someplace. What will you do? Wisp. Finally, my turn! The gemstones in these walls are reflective. The dwarves are using the light to create illusion. See, this looks like a rock here, but if I change the angle of the incident just so... Ta-da! Here it is. This is the entrance you've been looking for. You know, Wisp makes this sound like... this was just an illusion. That rock was really just standing here. But if you try to walk into that rock is very solid. Also, Kevin, what the heck are you doing? Kevin. No, we can't take that statue with us. Yes, it would be convenient if we could just save anywhere, but that's not how this game works. Let's go. Welcome back, XF. Hope you're doing well. Been a while since last time? Yeah. Frankly, I argue it's mostly because of my erratic stream times, but... well, if I continue streaming next year, that's one of the things I am going to fix. Where I will just have a consistent schedule, and try to let you guys know what I will be streaming with a schedule thingy. That would be the plan. Anyways. We'll see when we get to that part. We can actually buy new weapons here. Welcome. And the reality of the situation is that, aside from Kevin, the weapon upgrades are not really all that necessary, but at the same time we might as well get them while we have the necessary money. But that's going to be kind of a bit more of a catch later on, let's put it this way. We kind of are gonna fall a little bit behind in terms of how much money we have and how much we can reasonably afford. Anyways, for now, we upgrade and get a pretty substantial attack power increase. There's also armor here, but we don't need armor, it's fine. Alrighty, this guy here tells us... Aye! What's left a while ago? He said there was something strange at the end of the new tunnel. Get out of the village to the right and you'll find him eventually, but watch out for the monsters. In the meantime, why don't you buy something? What's asked me to watch the shop for him? Anyway, welcome! No, I'm good, thank you. You got really stuck by starting this game on an emulator your brother friends gave us and realizing the game is in Japanese and then quitting. See, that's kind of the funny part to me. Because I played so many games in English when I didn't know English as a kid, I was just more or less used to running around in circles, clicking the talk to button to all NPCs until something happened in order to proceed the story. That when I played, like, I'm pretty sure I played Tales of Fantasia just in Japanese originally. I just kept going for a while until I got so stuck because I didn't know what to do next that I ended up quitting there. However, what I will say, the main reason why I actually played this game in particular, Seiken Densetsu 3, aka it was called Secret of Mana 2 as a fan translation, the main reason why I was able to play this game relatively early on into the emulation era of games was thanks to a website called G-Trans, which means German translation. German fan translation of games were extremely rare, but there happened to be like a fan project that translated the game not just into English but also into German. And that's why I was able to play Trials of Mana. I actually don't know if that website even exists anymore nowadays. Let's see. It might still exist nowadays. I don't see anything of that sort. I don't think that website exists anymore, but basically that was the main reason why I was able to actually even play this game back in the day and get decently far. Funnily enough, I got to like the last dungeon and beat the second to last boss and then just didn't know how to proceed, and I distinctly remember just never finishing this for some reason. Looking for what? It should be somewhere in this one. Here, I'll open it up. I just love it. This guy swings his pickaxe to the ground, it explodes, and he just goes, there you go, have fun. No explanation, that's just what dwarves do in this universe. Welcome to the Dwarf Town. Ideally, we kill the slime last and get chests from the slime. So basically, the item that you get is determined by which enemy you defeat last in this game. And I actually would like to have an item specifically from these slimes. It's a rare item, so it's unlikely we're gonna get it, but I will try my best to just not kill these slimes until they are the last enemy remaining. Well, I do my best, but the mushrooms might have something to say about that. Also, mushroom chest. Let me get some candy. Nope, nope. Ah, stop attacking this Jäger. No. I goofed. Daytime and nighttime encounters once again are quite different here too. Let's see. This room here is pretty promising. If I can just knock out the mushroom before I hit the slime, there we go. Then we hope for a chest from this slime. And then we hope for the red drop from the slime. Oh, we got a chest. Trap. Well, trap, you take a bit of damage, but it's not a big deal. Oh, I guess we don't even. Stardust Herb. Stardust Herb is an item that removes any status changes, aka strength up, strength down, defense up, defense down, etc. It just removes it if you use a status herb or a Stardust Herb. That's what this item does. So I'm gonna actually go back and forth here for a short while until I get one of these rare items from this guy. Because it is extremely useful for a battle later on. Not necessary, but really nice to have. Some of the endgame dungeons were kind of confusing. It's been a while. Yes, the endgame dungeon I was confronted with was like the Dark Palace. I don't think I actually made it ever into the Dark Palace. Like I defeated Zabelfar, the last god beast at the time. But I never actually made it past that portion because I think I just didn't realize where I could continue or something. Also, I think it might have just turned nighttime. Although there are different groups of enemies that can possibly be in various areas. Okay, it's just coincidence then. Guys, stop pushing them, just attack them instead. Chest number 2. And we get a medical herb. Not what we're looking for. The trials have to think. Oh, by the way, enemies don't respawn when you leave screens. The enemies specifically respawn when you move 2 screens away from the last screen. The trials have the thing where all elemental buffs just boosted your damage like Sigurd of Mana. Elemental buffs boost your... Oh. No, this game does have elemental weapons. This game does have proper elemental like weaknesses and strength that also apply to weapons, unlike Secret of Mana. You remember getting Grandia too, which was English only, and when you were around 12 or something, almost didn't know English. I've actually never played Grandia. I just largely know it exists, and that is the extent of my knowledge. Alright, Charlotte, you get more strength. Again, for now, Angel and Charlotte are keeping actually up decently well with the physical damage. As long as we can keep putting more points into strength, we will do so. Try to only specifically hit the mushroom. And then we knock out the slime. Oh wow, the other guys... Grandia is easy. I mean, only because it's easy doesn't mean it's bad. Legend of Mana is ostensibly a fairly easy game. I think there was another location where we could farm the slimes during nighttime. Because it should be turning nighttime soon. Also, by the way, before I forget about it, let's go over here real quick. Because over here we find... What's? Yeah, what? Sure, I'll sell you the gunpowder for 5,000 looks. Sounds? No way, I don't have the money. You folks sure drive hard bargain. All 3,000 look grab you. I don't have that much money. What do you expect? I can't give the stuff away. But I... Let's not hang around here too long. The tremors might start again any minute. I came down here looking for our garden spirit gnome, and he is nowhere in sight. Well, I have to keep looking. See you later. You can actually get enough money in order to be able to buy the gunpowder right here, and then proceed as normal as you would. However, you would have to come back here later anyways to help What's find Gnome, so I just do that part first. But you can absolutely get enough money to buy the gunpowder right here. That is a possibility. Your buddy played Legend of Mana for the first time recently, didn't know how the difficulty worked, and he ended up placing a final dungeon like 2 tiles away from home, so it was a joke. I mean, the game doesn't really do much of a job of explaining things to you either, does it? So that just makes sense, doesn't it? Plus, you might actually want to place the dungeon that close to home, so you can get all the events in certain areas too, for what it's worth. So you might even have a more practical reason of doing that, because the game tells you about these things, so since the final dungeon increases all mana levels to like the maximum, that could be kind of relevant too, I guess. Anyways. Oh, by the way, one thing I forgot to mention. The various spells we have do have requirements in terms of stats. So, in order to get certain spells, we need to have Angel get enough intelligence in order to learn those spells. However, excuse me, because Angela wants the intelligence anyways in order to like deal more damage with the spells, or the wisdom for that matter, she just naturally gets those. For the most part, the stats requirements for the spells don't really come into play at all until you get like your job development into the next classes. So I distinctly remember Reese just not getting any new abilities or spells at all for a long time until I decided to randomly increase one of her other stats that I never increased before. Also more strength for Kevin. And that's when she finally learned her other abilities. Goblins. By the way, enemies also generally speaking have levels, so not all regular goblins are like the same power as the previous ones. On the other hand, they always have the same AI as the previous ones. I was really hoping for more slimes to show up, but they haven't so far. Also, it hasn't turned nighttime yet. I wonder if time stops while you're inside a cave. It might. I thought it didn't. But I could be wrong about that. Arrow. Rude. Mole bears. Honestly, one of the meanest things this game does in various dungeons is you go through a dungeon, you get beat up and, you know, use up your resources, you get whittled down, and you would like to find a save point. And then you just happen to take the wrong turn and miss the save point. And consequently, you end up at the boss without having saved. Hopefully you're gonna beat him first try. It's not, to be fair, this is not a particularly difficult game. But certain bosses can still mess you up. Well, there's actually a specific set of few bosses that really mess you up if stuff goes wrong. Also, by the way, characters do get experience from the very last enemy defeated, even if they are knocked unconscious, but not the other ones. So Angela here just got experience from the last pebbler we defeated, or mole, but not the previous ones. Dolan is mean with a spiral moon. I was more thinking of... Well, yeah, he can be, absolutely. But my mind, when I set difficulty, went more towards something like a certain chimney. Anyways, we have arrived here. We don't have a way to recover MP, unfortunately, but it's okay. What's this hole doing here? I've never seen this before. Did you hear that? I'm out of here. Bye. You know, what's this doing the smart thing, really? He just runs away. Before we get trapped. The Jewel Eater appeared. What do we do with a Jewel Eater? Well, we punch him until we win. It's nothing really more complicated than this. The interesting part is, a lot of enemies will actually not do any regular physical attacks, with some, like, well, they rarely do them, or be, that is a more accurate way of describing. Angela just took a physical attack right there. But it basically took a bit until that physical attack was released. And in the meantime, we can just punch him until we might eventually win, I guess. Kevin is not in his werewolf form, so his stats are basically just normal. And he also doesn't get the damage boost from being enraged. Speed down! My evasion has been reduced. Again, evasion exists as a stat, but it does not exist in functional gameplay terms. You see misses here and there, but that's because we are basically hitting like an empty hitbox of the enemy or the boss, or it's at the very tail end of our attack and it just ends up missing. Also, he just increases defenses. Every single enemy and boss in this game has a desperation move at 25% of their HP remaining, and this one just now was the one off Jewel Eater. He increases his defense by... Actually, I have no idea how much the defense is increased by, but he increases his defense once he is below 25% HP. We'll be fine. He can just randomly cast speed them, which is the least dangerous thing I can do. Again, evasion doesn't do anything. This is a move I think he only does once he is below a certain threshold of HP, for what it's worth. And here's a little funny thing. So right now, Charlotte is at 1 HP. But she took enough damage to get knocked out for good. What I can do now is I can have switch my menu over to Kevin, who is still awake, and throw a candy over to Charlotte. This way, she will get healed, while Angela, who took enough damage to get knocked out, will not get healed. Wait, she actually landed exactly in 1 HP? Really? I thought Angela was actually dead as well, technically. But anyways, technically, again, a bit of a function of how janky this ambitious combat system works, let's put it this way. You can functionally revive characters that have no more HP if the game allows you to open up the menu early enough, and then you switch menus and then you use the item in order to more or less revive a character, quote unquote. Victory. And an exit opened up. Where is it? Is it gone? That was the legendary Jewel Eater. He's born once every 1,000 years in the Gemstone Valley to the west. What's the world coming to? First gnome is missing, now this. Sorry, I forgot my classic dwarven accent until now. Hey, who's talking about me? What? Gnome? You're alright? Of course I am. Just look at me, fine dandy. I was taking a nap when that thing carried me off into its den. I guess if I hadn't woke up, I would have been eaten alive. That is not funny. Gnome, can you help us? Well, hey there, pretty lady. Please, we need your help to open the gate to the Mount Holy Land. For you? Hey, no problem, just leave it to me. Right. Basically, if you buy the gunpowder early and then just travel over to Forsena and do everything, the king will tell you, oh yeah, you know where you just came from, you kind of need to go back there in order to find Gnome. And then you need to come back here anyways. You're friends with Gnome now? Incredible. Well, how can I ever repay you? Oh wait, I know. How about some free gunpowder? There you go. And the gunpowder is indeed free. Thanks, buddy. I'll warp you out of here with my magic rope. Now go walk. I want to get more slimes. Well, I'll be heading back to the village now. Take care. But yeah, we could just warp out here. We can also use our own magic rope for what it's worth. But I would like to bonk some more slimes, trying to get the rare item from them. These are not slimes. Pretty sure these are not slimy anyways. Oh, it's nighttime now. So time does pass. We just happen to not be at nighttime yet. Chest, please. Ooh, chest. Chance. Wrong one. And Angela levels up. She can actually learn now gnome spells because gnome is in our team, and these are based on intelligence, which I believe might actually be useful in the near future, so we pump intelligence for Angela. Again, I do genuinely think giving her actually a little bit of strength might be more useful on average, though. Last Slimy. Come on, chest, please. Chest. Aww. Alrighty, so this is one of those cases where Angel is useful for unconventional cases. I want her to knock out the mole bear up there so we can knock out the slime last. But I think she might need 2 spell casts. Welcome to you, Simon Ash here. Hope you're doing well. Also, by the way, the misses there were mostly just because the slime can become intangible during various animation frames, and when you try to hit it during this, that is when you quote-unquote miss. Again, it has nothing to do with the evade stat at all. It's just the specific animation the enemy is in. Ogre box. Depending on which enemy you get the ogre box from, this thing can have so much defense that it can hardly deal any damage to it. And the funny thing is, ogre box itself can also drop items. But good morning, Simon. I hope you have a good start into the day. Heal up Angela. We lost Trials of Mana, original and 3D remake. Nice. The 3D remake is really good. It's basically the kind of treatment I was hoping for Secret of Mana. Alright, there's more enemies to the right. We're gonna see what they are. Okay, we're gonna have Angela cast here. By the way, Angela is not invulnerable while casting a spell, but she will finish casting her spell when she begins, before getting knocked out if she takes basically lethal damage in the meantime. Chest, please? Yeah. Okay, a slime room, that's pretty nice. I should probably return to the Trials of Mana remake sometime. Ooh, chest. And... no. And do the, like, no future difficulty. You'll never get the last missing achievement. I have no idea what the missing achievement would be, to be honest. Most games I don't really care to go for achievements. Like, I just usually incidentally get a bunch along the way. But unless the achievement poses an interesting challenge, I just don't care. Like, there's one game that I would like to refer to that kind of made me actually appreciate achievements in video games and what they possibly could be if developers cared for putting stuff in the game that is actually an achievement and not just complete the tutorial. Which, I mean, some people could argue that might be an achievement if you don't know how to hold the A button to jump higher. But Escape Code 2 has an achievement to complete a certain room without the main gimmick of the room. And because it's a puzzle platformer, it just kind of poses and puts the room into an entirely new light of puzzle. It's just like, wait, there's a different way to solve that room, that's an entirely different puzzle. And that's kind of what I like achievements to be. Medic group. Like, for the most part, I just don't care if I get achievements or not. There are games where I've gone out of my way to get achievements that I don't necessarily care for, just because I like playing the game and wanted to have more of a reason to play the game. Like, that's kind of at the other side of the coin, where I sometimes get achievements that I wouldn't necessarily go for, but I want to play the game some more, so I might as well. And the game I'm thinking of in particular for that purpose is Retropolis. No chest. I'm gonna try like 3 more chests from the slimes. That's the plan. 2 traps and 2 screens. It's okay. You still get the item even if you get trapped. Unlike Secret of Mana, where you either get the trap or the item. So getting traps here is a mild inconvenience. It requires you to play the game with a character you just don't enjoy. Yeah. Then I highly recommend just don't do it. Well, that's my opinion. But there's also the other side of the coin where there's just people that just do that stuff anyways and are miserable while they're doing the things they don't enjoy. Which is kind of the part where I'm like, yeah, maybe reevaluate your choices. You watch a Twitch friend get so many Secret Mana traps in the first run that they just stopped opening chests, so they never even saw the Ogre Box or Mimic. Little fun fact about that. I distinctly remember getting so many like instant death traps in the Mana Fortress as a kid. I stopped opening up these chests as well because of it. Basically, I didn't even know for the longest time that you could get additional weapon orbs from the Mana Fortress or even armor or equipment pieces, because I just kept getting like death traps over and over again and I just stopped opening up chests. To be fair, the little Grim Reaper thingy also spooked me as a kid, so me being a scaredy cat definitely didn't help that case either. Oh no, guys, don't hit that guy. No, stop, Charlotte. Hello, welcome to Felfaron. Hope you're doing well. Alright, again, we need to defeat the slime last in order to get the chest from this guy. Alright, chest number 1? 1 or 3? I think. Did we get us another one before? Chest number 2, 1 more. Oh, I'm still looking at it. People voted for basically this team combination. This is how we got here. So I basically put out a straw poll. People voted for whoever they wanted to see. And we kind of got these. It was actually a toss-up between whether we choose Angela's story or Charlotte's story. And the toss-up between whether we pick Kevin or Lise. Also, there's a straw poll if you'd like to vote for which character evolution job class we're going to go for. For reference, even if they're... Well, we're gonna randomly roll based on the weighting of what people vote for the character job classes. Is the short version for this. Alright, there's the last chest. Let's see. Do we get the item I'm looking for? No, that's a shame. Alrighty, so the item I was looking for is, I think, called a Slime's Eye, if I'm not mistaken. The Slime's Eye is basically an item that casts a spell when you use it in combat. Specifically, casts the attack power down spell. And because of how armor works in this game, flatly subtracting damage from enemies, or from the attacks, using an item to power down an enemy and reduce their attack power by, let's say, I don't know how much it is, 50%, is such a gigantic difference in how much damage you take from their attacks. It effectively reduces the danger level of certain bosses that are notorious for just killing your entire party very fast. And unfortunately, we don't have one of the characters that could cast a spell to reduce attack damage, which would either be Hawk or Lee's when they get the second job classes. So we're kind of stuck with trying to get this item. It's not necessary, but it's very convenient. Status magic is fun. This game is really strong. But the game feels like it's mostly balanced around the idea of not necessarily needing to have it. So even though Kevin does more damage during nighttime because of his transformation, I just wake up during day anyways, because we don't need more damage right now on these enemies. Your easiest run through the game was with Hawk. Reese buffed our party, Hawk debuffed the enemy, and this game was too easy. Yes, if you know the power of buffs and debuffs, and where to get them, I guess, specifically, it gets rather simple. You don't even necessarily need Reese to buff, for what it's worth. You mostly just need a way to debuff enemies, which either Hawk or Reese can go if they go down the dark path. That rabbit is inside here. Is that normal? But yeah, you can get buff items from the black market, which is what I plan on using a bunch. So you don't technically need buffs from spells, but it's just so much more convenient if you have spells to buff your allies with. Because then you don't have to worry about running out of items or going to buy new ones. A rare game where buffing makes an immediate difference. I wouldn't even call it necessarily rare. But there are notoriously a bunch of games where buffing and debuffing is just not useful. Maybe I just happen to not play the majority of games where buffing and debuffing is mostly useless, I guess, potentially. Also, by the way, we have gunpowder. What happens if you use gunpowder? Your character does a throwing animation as if using an item, and that's it. There is never a reason for you to ever use the item gunpowder from your menu, to my knowledge. If somebody knows a reason as to why you would ever want to use that, let me know, because I don't think there's a purpose for that. Hey, we have the gunpowder to use with your cannon. Who are you? Oh, gunpowder! Right, I didn't forget, huh? No, what was that about gunpowder? Kevin angry. Of course, the cannon. Meet me up back. I'll be there in a minute. I probably should. The character's responses are always just get angry at this guy. No matter who you pick as, but the different flavor of getting angry is different, I guess. Finally, a chance to test my ultra gorgeous turbo cannon too. Window key, direction check, destination of Arsena. Ready to launch? Yes, let's go. Whee! He invented cannon travel. Now there's some teething issues with this cannon travel because Forsena is in the top right there. And we're not landing near Forsena. But hey, we're past the mountain, which is the most important part. Functionally, we're past where the bridge was, so... I just love Kevin landing on his feet and then toppling over anyways, because you really shouldn't try to land on your feet like that. Like, that seems very unhealthy. Anyways. Oops, that's gonna leave Charlie black and blue. Well, I say fall damage doesn't exist, but the characters do tend to react to, you know, fall damage like that, I guess, to an extent anyways. It's just not particularly lethal to fall from great heights, I guess. Whee! Why are there holes in the ground? Why are we randomly falling into them and just popping out on the other side? Who knows? But hey, there's this guy. Hey, you folks headed for Forsena? To King Richard, I see. I'm Duran, swordsman of Forsena. Nice to meet you. I was traveling around until I heard Altina was planning an attack, so I returned. You look like fighters yourselves. Maybe you could lend us a hand. I'm kind of in a hurry though, so if you'll excuse me. Altina invading Forsena? What should I do? First of all, we step on the high stepper. Because... Whee! Alright, we are slightly less far away from the city now, I guess. You know the rule about traveling in groups of 4? What? Sorry, wrong game. Where does that one come from? I might not have paid attention. I was reading chat and now like, wait, what am I supposed to do? Can I just point out that I appreciate the trees just looking really menacing? They don't ever do anything, but they just look mean. And this guy looks especially mean, he even has green eyes. Again, they never do anything. Chest. We get a candy. Complete this game through entire co-op with a friend, but you never noticed the trees. Yeah, that could happen. That's okay, trees noticed you. Spooky. As you can see, Charlotte's damage now is fallen off a cliff. A new enemy appeared, just out of the ground. You can do that? Alright, we don't have much HP remaining, but that's okay. The city is right here. Goodbye. What? What happened? Altina invasion. The king is in danger. Uh-oh. Kind of like how the Beastmen tried to invade Vendel, Altina is now invading various other places. Charlotte and the others began to realize they had walked into the middle of an invasion. It's only the third time we heard that word. But yes. Keep at it. I'll go pay the king a little visit. Yes, sir. You can just walk through walls. Man, would it be convenient if we could do that too? Wow, this is scary. But the king, we've got to save him. We do. And there's a healing statue right here. Alright, these wizards here have a very high probability of, as soon as they spawn and have someone in range they can cast a spell at, to cast a spell at them. So right here, this guy. Oh, he doesn't cast a spell. He normally does. Sometimes we can knock him out before he finishes his spell cast, but usually he still casts, or at least tries to cast a spell. This guy here. Alright. If you're doing a speedrun, you're just hoping you're getting as few of these spellcasts as possible. But they will likely happen. Except when you're trying to demonstrate that they will happen, then I guess they don't happen. Oh, hi. I'll fight them off. You go ahead to the king. Alright, fight off the lady that is knocked out. Gotcha. We meet at last, O Honorable King Richard. It was indeed the Wizard of the Red Lotus who spied upon us that night. Tell me, why has Valda, the Queen of Reason, chosen to attack Forsena? Simple. We need your Mana Stone, and we'll stop at nothing to get it. The Queen's only regret is that she couldn't be here to take it in person. Indeed. Is that all you have to say for yourself? ... Fine. Then die. Stop! He walked up to him and tried to whack him. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. Of all the people in the world, I never thought I'd see you here, Angela. We'll meet again, that's for sure. Well, till your mother hears about this. Your Majesty. Run. As long as these guys don't cast a sexy look. Different game. We already played that one. Your Majesty, I'm curious. Do you know my mother, the Queen of Reason? What? Your Walda's daughter? Yes, but I left Altena because my mother tried to kill me. I don't believe it. Walda had a daughter? Wait, that's what you're surprised about? Anyways. What is it? No, it's nothing. It's not nothing. Stop hiding it and tell me. Hey, don't talk to the king like that. It's alright. My princess, you will find out soon. But now is not the time. Valda, how could she think of killing her own daughter? We're looking for the mana stones and their spirits. Please, tell us where they are. A fairy. I remember seeing one back in my dragon fighting days. I was one of the chosen ones. Really? That fairy died at the hands of the Dragon Emperor, though. So this must be a different one. And that means the world is in danger again. There are 8 mana stones in the world. From the stones come the 8 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, moon, and wood. Each mana stone is guarded by a corresponding elemental spirit. So far we found Wisp, the spirit of light, and Gnome, the spirit of earth. Hello. Then there are 6 left. You should visit the Wind Mana Stone next. It's located in the Corridor of Wind in Rolante. The closest port is Palo. You can take a ship there from the merchant city of Beisel. I understand, thank you. To find the rest of the Mana Stones, you will need the Wind Spirit Jin's help. Come back to me when you have found him. Good luck. Alright, and that's our objective. We need to go back and sail over to the Wind Kingdom. Man, it's really weird not having Reese in the party would then comment about Rolante. But well, we don't have her in the party. Inshallah says, my evil sorcerer's mother wanted to sacrifice me. Duran says, I must grow strong and get my revenge. Reese says, I must find my kidnapped brother. Kevin goes, who hurt my dog? Basically John Wick. Yes, pretty much. And then there's Charlotte. I need to save Heath. Like, that's exactly what I assume Charlotte just says. Basically, just telling you the name of the person, not necessarily being aware of the concept of not everybody knows who Heath is. Like, that's just my brain. Anyways. Yeah, and Hawk wants to figure out who is controlling his entire, well, family and everybody around him, his friends. Hello. You have any interesting items? Oh, you do, actually. A leather neckband for Kevin. Like a collar, I guess. A marble ring. And a jewel ring. Again, accessories seem to be generally rather rare, so I guess I'm just gonna buy them while we can. Perpetually dancing merchants, indeed. Okay, that's the same equipment pieces there. Like I say rare, as in they frequently don't have any of these accessories and such for sale at any given weapon tier, if you will. And because weapon tiers are mostly dictated not by location, although some of them are a little bit, but instead by story progression, you might just miss picking up specific items. Anyways, in order to proceed in the story right now, we have to learn about the cannon being done setting up in the courtyard, and this lady tells us about it. There's a huge cannon set up in the courtyard. What in the world is it for? It's actually kind of funny in the speedrun, where you basically run out straight to the courtyard where there's no cannon, go straight into that building, and then go straight back. Just like, huh, that lady somehow knew that there was a cannon set up in the 5 seconds that we were not here anymore. Anyways, hi. My brother's cannon is all set up. Are you ready to go to Maya? Yes, let's go, buddy. Why are we going to go to Maya rather than, you know, the merchant city? Just so we can travel the Golden Road again, probably. Although I guess it also makes sense to try and canon travel to the other canon. You remember when the alpha footage of 3D Secret of Mana was seen? The merchants were not dancing, there were riots. I don't remember any of it because I didn't look at any material beforehand. But I was quite disappointed that the canon travel is just a fade to black and then you arrive. It's very poignant that it's missing the entire canon travel animation. Because the canon travel animation is not just fun, but it also gives you a sense of location. It just gives you a sense of how far you traveled in the overworld to get from one area to the next, if you could theoretically walk between them, or you can canon travel. Start. If Mr. Motti isn't dancing, it's not a Mana game. Maybe. Oops. Hit the wrong person. Speaking of Secret of Mana, I was wondering, at the end of the year we do kind of like an annual Secret of Mana 100% run into the new year. Begin at the last of December and then continue all the way into January 1st. Although nowadays I actually take a sleep break in between rather than just going the entire way. Anyways, with that in mind, does anybody have like suggestions on how we could maybe spice up the Secret of Mana 100% run this year? Like, don't add anything too crazy, just a little bit of something that makes it more interesting. The reason why that comes up is because yesterday, one of the viewers that likes to watch them actually commented on my YouTube thingy, saying that they had an idea of maybe just acquire all of the equipment items that are my personal requirement for a 100% run in order of defense value, which I thought was a really intriguing idea. So I was kind of wondering whether there could be other like ideas like that that could make it like not crazy much different than the usual 100% runs we do, but maybe just change it up a little bit here and there through stuff. Another thing I was thinking of afterwards was maybe what we could do was about Basel. There were guards here before, so we couldn't actually enter, I think. Well, at least at some point. Anyways, another idea I had to spice it up was, what if we actually ban buying items from shops? Which could be interesting, which would also mean that we would need to acquire all the armor pieces from any given like location. So even though you could buy the plate mail at the end game, you would still need to go and get the rare drop from a turtle guy. Basically stuff like that is what I was thinking about. You think the trouble with remaking the canon travel animation is that there was never going to be a sense of scale that could make it work. They couldn't use the main maps because they would be very wasteful, and using the 3D overworld just wouldn't convey things correctly. Yeah, it wouldn't need to have been planned from the get-go, I suppose. Like, the way it is set up now, I agree it's rather difficult to implement this as it is in the Secret of Mana remake. But it definitely feels like it's just missing. How about for every $10 donated you do Red Merchant Dance? I mean, that could... how do you merchant dance? Just randomly change directions? I can do that for free. But then again, there was actually another concept that I was also thinking about that was kind of separate from that. If anybody has like a challenge suggestions that they would like me to do during any of these runs during December, feel free to donate, and if whatever you think the challenge is worth, just challenge me. I will take the liberty to say no, that's a bit too much, but I thought that was actually going to be kind of an interesting way of doing things. Hi. Slave trade. Sorry, we're sold out. Got rid of my last slave just a couple minutes ago. Some kid who kept saying he was a prince. Huh. Come back tomorrow, I'll have some new ones. Yep, it is a black market, and the dark underground here. By the way, that was Risa's little brother. Also, they can dance if I'm not mistaken. The Aurora says, would you like to see us dance? You can have these ladies dance here. They don't even ask for money, they just like dancing. Also, I would like to point out that it is significantly more work to slightly desynchronize the dances than it is to have them all be dancing at the exact same timing. So I do appreciate the little bit of extra work that went into this. Challenge suggestion, donate 10,000 euros to blindfold Bocce. I feel like blindfolded Bocce would take a long time to get done. Like, you would need to figure out the strategies for this. And then, like, cleanly execute everything while also needing to get lucky, because a lot of things you would need to get lucky, and that seems crazy. He didn't say you had to beat it, just blindfolded. I mean... sure, why not? I would do that part. But, yeah. Again, it would kind of be a big portion of how much do you think would X, Y, and Z be worth, I guess. Anyways, what we want to buy is we would like to buy a Poseidon Claw. Let me actually think about this. I can always come back and buy the elemental claws if I want to. Plus, we have Angela to actually throw spells around for elements, so maybe I'm not too worried about elemental claws, huh? What we do need is we need to have these bullet skills to increase defense. These items, by the way, they just cast spells, all of these do. The bullet skill increases your defense. The Mole Bear Claw makes your weapon be Earth element, and the Storm Coin casts a basic level wind spell, so to speak. Each one of these more or less does the same thing, just for its corresponding element. The Drake skill increases your attack power by a lot, but it's technically the same like concept that Kevin already gets as a buff whenever he gets hit in combat as a werewolf. So for the most part, these are actually not as useful as they would normally be, but let's say we fight stuff during daytime, then being able to buff our physical damage deal is still gonna be extremely helpful. Then we also have the Sahagin skill. These increase intelligence and spirit. This is mostly for defense purposes, although I suppose it would also increase the damage that Angela would do with her spells. Probably. I say probably because I'm actually really not sure. Greetings, welcome to Edmund, hope you're doing well. But yeah, these largely help against enemies and bosses that love to throw like spells at you. We're just gonna buy a few and store them in case I decide that I want them. All of these items are super cheap for what it's worth. Like, they are extremely, extremely affordable for how incredibly insanely powerful they are. Oh yeah, then there's also this one. This increases your agility as an evasion up and down. Up. But again, evasion as a stat just straight up doesn't work in this game, so it functionally does nothing. The only thing you could do with that thing is activate Kevin's Enrage when he's in werewolf form and trigger his strength up, which is kind of funny to think about in my opinion. Alright. Poseidon Claw is technically useful. Then the Wind Claws are kind of useful. Then Mulbear Claws are kind of useful. I don't remember where I would want to use these items, but I'm just gonna buy a bunch. It might be interesting to try minimum magic run and rely mostly on items. See, that's kind of the funny thing. That's what I normally do. To me, actually relying on spells from Angela is the unusual part. That's the funny thing to me. Like, I recognize this is more what I guess a more casual playthrough would look like for people, but this is kind of the inverse of what I would do. Also here we have Potter Oil. Potter Oil casts the cure spell that Charlotte can cast as well, just as an item. So if you don't have Charlotte in the team, it can also be multi-targeted on your party members. And you want to use this item from the character that has the highest wisdom stat, because that also means it heals more, because healing is influenced, well, healing spells are influenced by your wisdom stat. So while we don't technically need it, since we do have Charlotte in our team, they could still come in handy when she is out of MP or something. Or we need something more instant rather than waiting. But yeah, as I said, that's kind of the funny thing. I usually don't cast spells. Like, me actually using spells is unusual. Alright, we go to Paolo. Thank you, sir. You wonder if that's intentional or desync dance is frame lag. I only just now saw that comment. That is a fair comment to make. I assume it's intentional, if not necessarily intentionally made originally. That they almost certainly left it in there in the game intentionally. But yes, this is the kind of game where it absolutely could be frame lag. That is a real possibility. Welcome back to the fishbowl. Not back. Welcome to the fishing harbor of Paolo. I said back because normally I kind of have Lise in the party. Greetings, sir. The Navarre soldier. Paolo now belongs to the Kingdom of Navarre. Do not resist us. The Kingdom of Navarre are the desert people. The rogues and assassins, basically, have invaded Rolante, the Kingdom of Wind. Cat person, ... Let's move. So, this is one of the very few cases where I think Angela casting spells might be more efficient than us trying to knock over the enemies, because all of these are weak to light spells, so I think she one-shots them with an AoE. Usually AoEs or area effect attacks is not strong enough for any character really to one-shot all of the enemies, except for when they have an elemental weakness, because the damage is effectively halved if you multi-target. Like, this is one of the few instances where I think using spells is pretty good. Also, if I open up the menu and close again, Angela instantly casts a spell. I say instantly, but basically she has a cast time, and until that cast time is complete, she does not release the spell. But the thing is... More strength for Charlotte. The thing is, when you open the menu, that cast time continues. Like, Angela is functionally casting while the menu is open. So if I just cast and then just wait... This is how long it takes for her to normally cast a spell. And effectively we can stop the battle continuing or going on in favor of just, you know, having Angela cast more or less instantly. So we cast a spell, open menu, wait a little bit, and boom, spell is right there. So yeah, this is just kind of a function of how the battle system is just unfortunately rather janky. Like, it might not necessarily look obvious when you're just watching the game if you've never played it yourself, but there is a significant amount of a lag and input delay in basically everything you do. They were incredibly ambitious with all of their animation and the music, and basically the entire game just requires like a machine that is much stronger than the Super Nintendo to run smoothly. But they only had a Super Nintendo. Also, Kevin is about to transform back because it's about to be tea time. I love the music in this area. Less where it's like purely like it's a good song. It is a good song. But more of the mood that it brings. Because more or less, we now have properly started onto a journey of trying to gather all of the elemental spirits. And now, we still have a mountain to climb to find the remaining ones, and this is a literal mountain to climb. Basically, the mood of the music to me is a lot like there's a long trek ahead of us. Let's just put one step ahead of the other and just keep climbing. Alright, we can neither equip increased strength nor vitality in Kevin, so we give him actually intelligence, just so his defense against elemental attacks increases slightly. We could technically give him agility, so if he were to use throwing items, then they would be stronger, but I'm not too worried about that part, to be honest. Also, since I'm fighting more stuff along the way than I usually would in a more... Oh, right. I'm here too early. What? What is that ugly thing? I can't get in. Funnily enough, in the cutscene, Charlotte wedged herself into a corner that you cannot normally get to. Anyways, I forgot that this is not where we're supposed to go. We are supposed to go to a different place. I genuinely forgot. I was like one step too far ahead already. There's like an entire little side quest we have to go on. You don't need to ever encounter that wind statue that is in the way. Oh, by the way, experience in this game is not shared among party members. So, if a party member is knocked out on the floor or not, the other characters that are still awake do not actually get more experience from that. So you can't do it in like Tales of Fantasia and funnel more experience into one character if you really want to. A knocked out character just doesn't get experience aside from getting experience from the very last enemy you defeat on a given screen. Yellow wind. I have no idea what that's supposed to do. Defense power then. Oh, that's actually quite substantial. If they reduce our defense power, that's pretty rude. Might check something. Okay, we do have the Stardust Orb. You know what? Let me go ahead and exchange my stuff in my inventory. You need to press the start button, not the Y button, to get to the storage. Alright, so what I would like to do is, we don't need the gunpowder. Let's get... we already have trick skills. Let's get the powder oil out here. Just in case we need somebody to heal everybody. I guess technically Stardust Orb is useful to remove like status debuffs from enemies. Yeah, that's okay. I like a high stepper. Or whatever the fan translation called that thing earlier. We're all the way over here. There's a castle to the northeast. If you try to go there, you can't go in. But this is where we need to go anyways. These flowers. Ugh. Good night. Sweet dreams. And then we wake up over here. Where is this? You're awake. This is Rolante's secret hideout. We've gathered the remaining troops from the Amazon army here to retake the castle. Who are you? I'm the princess of Rolante, please. Our kingdom was ruined by Navarre's forces. I thought I was the only one alive. I had been searching for my brother Elliot until I heard about this place. Charlie's looking for the Wind Mana Stone. Well, yeah, that's in the corridor of wind to the western side. But there are wind god statues guarding the entrance. You might not be able to get in. There's a way to control the wind from inside the castle, but it's been taken over. Oh, that's the story reason as to why the wind god statues disappear after you complete this part. I actually never realized that. I guess usually because Reese is in my party, so she doesn't give us that exposition. That's a problem, Charlotte says, use these two helpers. These two with me, they'll help you retake the castle. This is our fight. I can't ask you to get involved. Once you recover, please leave. The funny thing is, Angela doesn't wake up until you go far enough away from her to change her idle state, so it just kind of looks a little bit awkward, I guess, until we move. The flowers out in the meadow are sleeping flowers. After you're exposed to them once, they won't affect you anymore. Okay. Anyways, we're not done with this place here yet. Hello? Miss Liz, you're safe. Cough, cough. Calm down, take it easy. Oh, I'm alright. So what's the plan? How are you going to get the castle back? We obviously don't have enough troops for a direct frontal assault. I'm sorry, I'm not a military tactician. I never thought it would come to this. Oh wait, I know. We could ask the sage Don Perignon. Don who? He'd know what to do. He's a brilliant strategist. His advice led Prince Richard to victory against the Dragon Emperor. Where does he live? That's the tricky part. He's a Gorbokul. He lives in the Gorbokul forest. His village is west of the Rabbite Forest, south of Jad. Well, let's go find him. Actually, it's a bit more complicated than that, I'm afraid. Gorbokuls don't like humans. I'm not sure if he would even talk to you. Miss Lees, your return has raised our hopes. Please, don't leave us. See? You don't have to go. Just leave it all to Charlotte. I'm just gonna call her Charlotte because that's easier to say than the Charlie or something. Anyways. Since you insist. Thank you very much. So, what should we do? Well, you'll have to disguise yourselves as Gorbokuls. That's the only way. You can do that if you have the legendary Tobacco Hammer. I think someone in Basel owns it. Alright. We go to Basel, get the hammer. And then we go to Jad, get hammered, and ask the Sage Don Perignon. This way. Always reminds me of Sonic Adventures, where you talk to a Zhao in order for it to show you the way to one of the Chaos Emeralds. And it just goes this way. Hey, that looks like Bon Voyage's cannon. Oh, you know him. I'm his cousin, Merci. Can that cannon thing get us to Basel? Sure, no problem. Are you ready? Yep. You know, aside from the original inventor of the cannon, these guys are pretty accurate. Boom. It's pretty good. Alrighty, so in order to get to Gorbokul Hammer, it needs to be nighttime. And the way we make it nighttime is by asking this guy to magically and miraculously turn it into nighttime by entering these time capsules. Suddenly it turns into night, aka we sleep until it's nighttime. That way we can enter the black market, and now there is one more NPC that wasn't here before. This lady here. Welcome, what would you like? I wanted to do this once, but I never imagined it would be this boring. I'd rather just go home and sleep. Here, you can have one of my dead grandpa's things. Obtain the Tobacco Hammer. Can't carry anymore. What? You can't carry any? Oh, to go home and sleep. Hurry up and drop some things. That lady's just like, oh, come on. You can't carry anything? I want to go home. I want to go sleep. Put something in your storage, dude. I'm so tired. Also, the straw poll is in chat if you'd like to decide on who we're going to play as for our job class evolution. By the way, in this playthrough, I will be getting the third evolution as well for all three characters. Normally, in the playthroughs I don't even get close to the required level to be able to get to the second job classes. But this time we're gonna make an exception. Plus, I think it's kind of fun to actually see 3B job classes we haven't seen before. The way the voting is gonna work is people decide which vote they would like to see, and then we're actually gonna randomly roll with the weighting based on what people voted for. So if we have 100 votes for Kevin to become a monk, and 10 votes for Kevin to become a brawler, then there is a 10 in 110 chance for him to become a brawler anyways, even though most people voted for a monk. It's gonna still be randomly decided at the end. But this way, even if a certain thing only has some amount of votes, there's always a little chance that it could still happen. Also, maybe a little funny thing. My muscle memory means from speedrunning this game kind of kicks in whenever we go through these screens. I'm holding R right now, and then I release it in order to continue. If you remember, pressing R temporarily means my character switches control from myself to another character. Every time you enter these battle screens, your character does that little animation where they get ready for combat and zing, get out their weapons. Zing, right there. But if you hold R at the beginning of a screen, you are not technically controlling the character that is about to draw their weapon, and then you release R, and that weapon swing or the weapon draw animation just gets cancelled, saving you like, I don't know, 10 frames, as in a sixth of a second or something, each time you do that properly. It's entirely unnecessary, but also kind of funny. Oh, wave, that's face. I can't really run while waving, so I guess we're walking now. Alright, now we go to Judd. This is another place where I distinctly remember getting really stuck as a kid when playing this game. I had no idea what I was supposed to do, because I don't want to go back to that old city. Of course, I didn't pay attention to the dialogue as to what I was supposed to do. Plus, there's not really a way to, like, get the dialogue again, I guess. Anyways, eventually I went back to the forest and was like, oh, I'm supposed to be here. This was such a confusing game if I would have walked through. Yeah, it can be. Like, you can reasonably discern what you're supposed to do if you pay close attention to the dialogue and talk with everybody. But I was not the kind of person to talk with everybody in video games. That's just not what I was doing. I just wanted to play the game. Despite being really invested in it, interested in the story, I just didn't really read much. Ghost of Godfunk redeemed chat waves at Yaga for 100,000 points. That would be kind of a fun one. No, don't hit the sleeping ones, Kevin, come on. By the way, AI control characters don't engage in combat even if they are really close to enemies, until you do like your first swing as the main character. Then they start preparing for combat, Kevin transforms, and then they go. How well is your favorite theme song? Which one is that? This one? Anyways, we can push the sleepy Silktail, as it is called in some versions, or the Turbopuschel and the Poggepuschel in German. Anyways, moving on. They actually give pretty solid experience, these pink guys, but I don't want to disturb their sleep, that seems kind of rude. My, did I step onto the high stepper? Because it is right there. And... oh. It's a fun animation. Anyways, we did get the chibi hammer, which by the way, as a kid I didn't realize that you can multi-target this to your entire party at once, so I just pygmied everybody individually. Every time I needed that. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. A path appeared. This one is also kinda weird. Welcome to the Korobokul Forest. I haven't seen you around here. That's because we are from another village. Aren't you gonna welcome us? You smell like humans to me. I'd recognize that smell anywhere. Oh yeah, well you smell like a human too, so there. Right, whatever you say. We're looking for Don Perignon. Can you tell us where he is, huh? Dunno. Why don't you go look for it yourself? Anyways, the entire idea of this playthrough is I kind of accidentally keep walking into him. You need to talk with every single one of these gnomes in their own homes. Don Perignon, he's not here. And once you do talk with every single one in their homes, the game proceeds with the cutscene. He's not here. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving now. I was just idly doing that. Hey, wasn't there someone outside? There was someone outside, yes. This guy. That Don Perignon invisible or something? We can't find him. That's because I'm right here. That's not nice fooling Charlie like that. You're never gonna go to heaven now. Ah, but I was walking around that time, so I wasn't in any single place. Oh, you need a major spanking, Don Perignon. Something wrong? You seem a little nervous. Well, we need your tactical help. The Korobokul village in Rolante was invaded by mice, you see, and we need a way to drive them out. That's a problem. Rolante. I know. First you need to find the wind spirit, Jin. In the middle of the Rolante mountain zone there is a cave called the Corridor of Wind. When the wind god statue turns in a different direction, the wind will shift and the way will open. The wind mana stone and Jin are somewhere at the end of the tunnel. Then go back to the garden with the sleep flowers. Use Jin's powers to control the wind and spread the sleep pollen into the Rolante castle. That'll put the Navarre raiders to sleep. Retaking the castle should be a breeze, so to speak. Huh? Hey, you knew all along, didn't you? You really think you can fool me? You're the ones that Fairy chose. I can sense this sort of thing. Besides, you smell like humans. There's no Korobokul village in Rolante, okay? Normally I wouldn't even bother with a pack of humans running through my village. But if the fairy is here, that means the world is in danger. That affects us too. I'm sorry I tricked you. I just get a kick out of doing that. Good luck. Alrighty, but here's the catch. There's still that statue in the way that we cannot get past, which supposedly is, you know, controlled from inside the castle. It's not like we can go into the castle, so it's like a catch. Catch whatever number the catch number is. Where we can't do A because B is required for that, but we can't do B because A is required for that. Catch 22, is that what the name is? I suppose so. No, we can't keep those, Angela. Put it back. By the way, for some reason, the mushroom is always level 1 on this screen in particular. There's a few screens like that in the game, where these enemies are supposed to scale the level based on your story progress, but some of them just don't. It's like one random screen in the middle of the Earth, like passage towards the God Beast of Earth, where the enemies are just the same level no matter when you arrive there. whereas the rest will always scale up depending on your current progress. Alrighty, we have the advice. Now we need to figure out how the heck we can get into the wind corridor to get to Jin, because that's kind of what we were trying to begin with. We need to go to... Was it Palo or Maya? I don't remember. Maybe Palo. I guess we'll see. Here's Xhamon being notoriously terrible with names. What's new? Palo, thank you. It's coined after the novel that had the concept in it. It's for any situation where the solution is denied by the problem itself. About Catch 22. Thank you. That's actually quite interesting. A novel? Which novel is it? I guess Catch 22 would be what the novel would be called in that case. Catch 22 by Joseph Helder. I've actually never heard of that. Interesting. So the funny thing is, Angel actually can still one-shot these guys. This time, all the birds are weak to Gnome, so Diamond Missile will just work. Victory. I was about to say, but the other guy is still alive. No, he took enough damage apparently. Also, by the way, unlike other games, as soon as we basically target the specific enemies that we want to hit with our spell, even if the enemies go far off screen or anything like that, they will still get hit by the spell as long as you target them while they're on the screen. But also vice versa, if you multi-target an AoE spell that is supposed to hit all enemies, if you didn't target them when you start casting the spell, it will not actually hit them. A satirical war novel, he was an American author. Book was released back in 1961, though he had started penning it back in 1953. Curious. So, now what do we do about that wind statue? The funny thing is, I can actually open my menu to cast a healing spell, and Angela will finish her spell cast in the middle of me opening the menu and selecting the healing spell. And then during the animation that happens when Angela casts her spell, Charlotte will finish casting her healing spell in the meantime. Anyways, the statue is just magically gone. Huh? That ugly statue was in our way last time. Well, might as well go in. It's just magically gone. I don't think it's ever explicitly explained as to what happened to the statue, but I believe the implication is that there is some other force that has invaded this place now. And that's why the statue is gone. It's basically hand-waved in the remake hater. I mean, it makes sense, considering what happens to the friend we find a little bit later here. Also, these armor guys, oh boy, they are dangerous. I'm not fighting them. These armor guys are your first taste of an enemy having a area of effect attack that hits the entire party, and it's just scaled way out of proportion in terms of how strong it is. Like, genuinely, unless we have full HP characters, we do not survive that. So I don't want to fight these knights. Like, you can, but if they just use their ability, then it might just be good night. Especially since, unlike a casual playthrough, well, this is more of a casual playthrough, I guess, but unlike normal casual playthroughs, you go like back and forth, just explore the areas, fight everything you fight along the way, and just basically you're not nearly as goal-oriented as I am, because I kind of know for the most part where I'm going. Some exceptions might apply. So I'm also significantly lower level than a normal person would be. Kevin. I needed to move Kevin over here manually. You feel like you're normally around level 13 to 15 here, because of getting lost and stuff. Yep, that's pretty normal. Like, there's all these side rooms that are occasionally traps where you have to defeat the enemies in order to get back out of them, but I'm just not entering any of them, because I know where to go for the most part. Again, some exceptions might apply. Especially the last dungeon, because we have played Charlotte's story. I vaguely remember the dungeon, but not really. Oh boy. Kevin is full HP, so we're probably fine. I'm gonna actually use Angela's spell to let less combat time pass to deal damage. Even though this is slower real time for Angela to cast a spell, nuking this guy in less like combat time passing feels more important. Ah, we got him. You need to get to level 18 to transform. What I did as a kid is, after this section, you are free to go either to the desert or you go into the ice country. I went into the desert, realized that, wait, these enemies give so much experience, I could actually reasonably just grind up to level 18. So I went into the desert, started bonking enemies until I was level 18 and ran all the way back here to get the first job change. Because that's a bit slow, I'm not gonna quite do that here. But we're gonna get our job change way before normal. That's the mana stone. Sealed inside is a powerful being, the God Beast, nowadays called Benevodon with official translations. Soon it will be released from the stone and the world will return to darkness. Darkness? What are you talking about, Fairy? Oh, don't get me wrong. We'll do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Let's find Jin. He should be close by. Kevin smells something. Footprints. We follow. You know, I feel like it would have made more sense if Kevin smelled rather than being a tracker. But I guess... no, it also kind of makes sense that he is familiar with tracking. Anyways... I guess I don't need the Chibico hammer. So, in a speedrun, you actually keep the Chibico hammer. Because, as I've mentioned before, you cannot be afflicted by more than one status effect at once. So you actually intentionally leave the Chibico hammer as one of the items in your inventory. Because if, let's say, a character gets put to sleep, you just use the Chibico hammer on them and basically pygmy them, which removes the sleep status. And then you pygmy them again, and the sleep status is functionally gone. A bit slow, but much easier to reliably have than medicinal herbs. Anyways, I don't really need this in this case, but what I would like to have is the Molebear Claw. Again, for me it's very unusual to rely on Angela to cast spells, but I recognize that might not be necessarily something in the casual playthrough. Anyways, this is the force that is tormenting poor Sylph, or Jin in this game, and he is probably the reason why the statue is out of the way. Although, funnily enough, the statue is out of the way, but this is not one of those guys that occupies Rolante Castle, so it's anybody's guess as to why he might be here and the statue is gone. Jin! Hey you! Pick on thumb on your own thighs! The Dark Side Knight just disappeared. He's gone. There's something wrong with Jin. Be careful. And Jin summons Zenkir, also known as Harsipede, or Harsipity. So, Diamond Missiles. She's weak to them, reasonably. 152 damage is pretty decent. But here, let me demonstrate why we're not really necessarily using spells if we have Kevin. I'm gonna give Kevin the Molebear Claw that turns his physical attacks into Earth. He also automatically gets his Enrage because I've thrown an item at him, and he now is going to deal a bit more damage than he otherwise would. Actually, he didn't get his Enrage. Why not, Kevin? Come on. You're not dealing enough damage, Kevin. Very good, now he's dealing 50 damage per hit. 3 hits, and he's dealing more damage than Angela. Also, he's put it to sleep. Come back. And you might think you can't hit the Harsipity up there. Sometimes you can anyways, which is kinda weird. Or, well, Zenkir. Also, what was the song called? High Tension Y or something? Okay, sometimes he just stays up there. Alright. Carlotte, just heal yourself. A 100 damage with Kevin's, like, basic special move. He just deals that much damage. Probably should heal up a little bit more HP, at least on Kevin. There's her desperation move. Hit rate and evasion rate up. Again, hit rate and evasion rate don't exist in this game, unfortunately. Or fortunately, it kind of depends. People are really usually confused about Secret of Mana's misses that definitely feel weird. Because the game doesn't tell you that it's just a chance to hit thing. That's a lot of damage. But hey, we're fine. So yeah, Angela's still very useful in this battle. But Kevin's power is just hard to match, let's put it this way. But hey, when the bird just flies too high for Kevin to punch it, we have Angela, so that's nice. So, Angela, we're gonna get intelligence up for you. Charlotte, we get spirit up for you for more healing. That way your healing keeps up with how much HP we get. Right now, still everything is just a max heal. Are you alright? Jin, hang in there. Oh, I'm safe. My goodness. Give me a second. Alrighty. Eventually I can talk properly again, but... well, I guess I've been talking these entire last few days for a long time. Who knows? Maybe I need a break. Anyways, who was that knight? I don't know. I was minding my own business when he attacked me. He took my energy and used it to summon Sanker. Maybe he wants the mana stones too? Jin, we need to ask you a favor. Can you help us? Are you kidding? You saved my life. I'll do whatever you want. Alrighty. If you're level 18, you can interact with the mana stone, and you do get... well, the potential to level up a bunch. Also notably, it's still dark outside, even though it really didn't look like that in the arena. Also, we can actually just use a magic rope to get out of here. One of the few times in a speedrun the magic rope is actually useful. Because it brings you back all the way outside. Most of the time, there's like other means of getting out of the dungeon, or an NPC warps you out or something. It's just mostly not necessary. Alrighty, now that we have Shin, we go back to the flower field and do as Don Perignon told us. Oh hey, Kevin levels up strength. Wait. Oh no, the flower field is over there. We don't have to go into the hideout. Everybody's waiting here already, as if they already know what we're supposed to do. Welcome back. I hope you're alright. Welcome back. Did you talk to Don Perignon? Yeah, just watch. What will you do? So here's a little, tidbit. We're just gonna do what Don Perignon told us. So we can start a frontal attack on the castle. Don't you think it would be a wise choice to just inform everybody to get ready for a frontal assault before we do this? Anyways, this is an RPG. We don't think about the consequences of our actions that much, so we just do it. Alrighty, just leave this to me. And everybody falls asleep because they didn't grow up here, so they never were exposed to the flowers that only work ever once. Probably. Now's our chance. But be careful, they might not be all asleep. Indeed. Also, a little fun fact. One of these barrels contains enough candy to fill up your candy count all the way up to 9, regardless of how many you have. So we're just gonna use them here to heal back up. And we got all the round drops. Too many items, please store. Oh, I don't have angel grails at all. I didn't actually realize that. It also means I couldn't actually revive anybody. Whoops, that could have been a bit awkward. We don't need the magic rope for a while, so put it in storage. Wait, no, we have 9 angel grails, that's why. There's 3 angel grails in that box. It's fine. So we do have them. It just doesn't put it into our storage for some reason. Anyways, moving on. Into the castle of Rolante we go. A long and winding path, and there's of course not everybody's asleep. As was prophesized, and Charlotte actually survives pretty comfortably. Alright, these guys of course, like so many other dudes, pretty dang strong. Yeah, not to be taken lightly. Wait, I'm actually going the wrong way. We need to go here. I am mistaken. Is it here? I thought it was the other way. Ah, this is correct. Monsters? Yes. Many monsters. Kevin just one-shots that guy. Don't mind me, I'm just walking by. More monsters. You Navarre? You need a big spanking, mister. But wait, listen. I'm Hawk. I used to be one of them, but now they're after me. A girl named Isabelle put everyone under a spell. I'm here to stop her. Thanks. I'm telling you, the real Navarre Thieves Guild would never kill anyone. Isabelle, or Bijou, as she calls herself now, was responsible for my friend Eagle's death. She also put a curse on his sister Jessica. Please, if you ever meet Bijou, don't kill her, just capture her. I know that sounds selfish, but I accidentally skipped the line where he tells us that if we kill Bijou, Jessica, the sister of his friend, dies as well. Anyways. Say no more, Mr. Navarre man. Just leave it to Charlie. I appreciate it. I'll go on ahead my own. See you later. Good luck, don't die. Until next time. I need you to heal me a little bit, Charlotte. Wait, is this the correct room? I'm pretty sure that's the wrong room. Nope, that's the wrong room. We need to go over here. Who builds a castle like this? So many rooms leading to the outside and back inside, back to the outside. You have to go through the room in order to get to the next place. It's kind of strange architecture if you think about it from a more practical standpoint. Oh. You might be dead. Okay, we're fine. Thanks, Charlotte. It's a really massive castle with an odd layout. Indeed. I was gonna leave. Whirlwind sword? What? There's not even one of these clones anywhere nearby. That was weird. Anyways, full heal. Alrighty. Before we go anywhere, we also want to briefly go into our inventory. We used the Earth Elemental class earlier. Now we're switching this out for the Water class, because that's what we want to use. We're also gonna use a Zagging skill. Maybe. I'm not sure I'm gonna use it, but it would make sense. The B button is what you use to run, and if you run an enemy along the way, you automatically unleash your tech attack. Oh, hi! Oi! Let go of Lise, or you eat Charlie's special maneuver. Someone's here. Alert Bridger. I've never seen this cutscene. I don't think I've ever seen this cutscene before. The enemy general is in that room. Wait here, leave to us. I genuinely have never seen this cutscene before. I always have Lise in my party. I'm just causing trouble, aren't I? I'm sorry. I genuinely have never seen that cutscene before. Anyways, good luck everyone. Trap. Genova appeared. Alright, welcome to Genova. Genova will summon 2 little annoying minions. We're gonna give this to Kevin here to increase his spell defense and also activate his enrage, which means it increases his attack power. So, we want these little guys to get knocked out. This is an incredibly, extremely and overwhelmingly laggy fight. Like, you can go literally for like 5 to 10 seconds before the game recognizes that you want to open up your menu. And when the boss is casting trap level 1 and the text is on the screen, you also cannot open up your menu. Also, Reese is already done. Anyways, then on top of that, these little annoyances are like shapeshifters. The little shapeshifter guys, what they do is they shapeshift. But also, every time they do, they get back the full stats of whatever they shapeshift into. aka, they get a full heal out of it every single time. Which is a huge problem, because every time they get to low HP, they just shift shape again. Which wouldn't be that big of a deal if you could just, you know, damage them before they can shapeshift some more. But the problem is, because the fight is so laggy, you might deal enough damage to kill this guy. Like, this guy is dead 3 times over with his form there, with Chemist damage just now. But he could have still decided to just shapeshift and get his full HP back anyways, just because, oh, that's wind. I was supposed to get water. Whoopsie, that's the wrong type of claw. Oh no. Anyway, this guy could have just decided to shapeshift because it was taking such a long time for him to effectively die because of all the lag in this battle. Like, for the most part, the lag is actually quite manageable. But this battle here is quite notorious for how extreme it is. Mostly because he summons minions, and the game has so much trouble keeping up with that. Come on, hit him, Kevin. But yeah, you want to use a water claw against this guy. It's not necessary, but it would make it so much easier. When did we get to Final Fantasy 7? What Final Fantasy 7 was with this be? Oh, Genova, I see. Different kind of Genova. This one is written with G rather than J. Also, I'm casting my healing spell, but trap level 1 will still cast through anyways. And sometimes the game just prioritizes casting spells over and over before you get to do anything. Anyways, Charlotte is dead because the trap got priority. At least that zombie will miss guaranteed because Kevin... Well, I'm in the menu and his attack timer runs out. So we'll see the miss pop up just now. So at least it's a slight saving grace there. Alright, Charlotte, heal Kevin, please. Basically, the best you can do is when you know you have dealt enough damage for an enemy to die, is you open up the menu and then give the game time to process, okay, this guy is dead, you should initiate his death animation before the enemy can do anything else in the meantime. Like, genuinely, you hit them once, open up the menu, and wait a little bit, and then you have a higher chance of them actually dying instead of transforming into something else. Well, then again, opening up the menu in this battle is kind of a bit of an ordeal to begin with, the way it is just kind of structured. Anyways, we're getting a little bit damaged here. One of the nice things is, an Angel's Grail doesn't just revive your full HP, it also gives you your full MP back. So Charlotte actually, when she was knocked out, just got her full MP back thanks to functionally getting knocked out. Also, this increases the enemy's attack power, but when they shapeshift, they also lose that buff immediately again. Also, by the way, in case you're curious, I'm intentionally not reviving Angela, because less player characters active also means less lag. Like, it's just genuinely easy to play with only 2 characters. There we go, we got him. And since I don't have a way to cheese the upcoming encounter, we might want to run back to heal. Oh boy. Well, I mean, we get healed, but... Well, we also have the defense skills here. We're probably fine. We're probably fine. Yeah, sure. Anyways, this upcoming encounter introduces enemies where... if you try to cast spells on them, they will counterattack with a special technique that deals tremendous amounts of damage back to you. Welcome to Bill and Ben. Combine! What the speedrun does is it specifically gets Reese's dexterity up to the level where she actually can just one-shot that, well, not one-shot, but like 9-shot this guy. Effectively, you cast throwing items on this guy, which normally would have them retaliate with heavy attacks back onto you, but due to the nature of... Okay, that's fine. Due to the nature of giving Kevin defense up, due to the nature of the throwing items, you actually can get all the throwing items off before the enemy can move. They have 900 HP. Once they drop below half HP, they duplicate with however much HP they have remaining. But if you destroy, well, deplete the full 900 HP before they can do anything at all, that actually means that you can functionally like one-cycle them with just like throwing items. But you don't necessarily want to use throwing items on this guy if, well, in short, they will retaliate with heavy attacks. Sorry, Angel, we're just gonna leave you there hanging for a bit. Shuriken. This guy duplicated, and shurikens. Shuriken is one of the least dangerous things they can throw at us, so that is actually very pleasant that they chose to do that. It's still dangerous, it still deals a lot of damage. But all of their jutsus actually reduce some of our stats. However, shurikens reduce evasion, and as we have mentioned before, evasion doesn't exist as a stat. Well, it exists, it just does nothing. Like, hit the rate down is what it seems to do, but yeah, that basically does nothing. Thanks to having a defense up buff, we actually survived the physical attacks reasonably okay. He says Charlotte goes down. Pick her back up. You also lose all of your buffs when your character gets knocked out for a bit, so we need to give Charlotte defense up again. Did I give her defense up? I know I gave Kevin defense up. Also gonna have Charlotte just cast heal, then I go into the menu and the game basically instantly processes, okay, Charlotte casts heal now, instead of anywhere later. Heal yourself. And this is what they would normally retaliate with, and sometimes they just do that for fun anyways. Okay, one of them should be dead soon, I think. He said uncertain of that fact. Oh, one down. Alright, we should be fine. Oh, also, if you level up in the middle of combat, you lose all of your buffs as well. To be fair, you also lose all of your debuffs, but, you know, yeah, one is more relevant than the other. Just you wait, Lady Bushy. We're sorry. We got him. Honestly, that defense increase from the bullet scale was so valuable, and they were pretty nice. They didn't decrease our defenses or otherwise dealt a lot of damage, and they didn't use all that many spells, so it was pretty friendly. Hi. Are you Bijou? I think Bijou is probably the way you pronounce that. Give back the castle! Wait, who are you? I am Bijou. I serve the Dark Prince. I don't need this castle anymore. You can have it back now. Hey, wait, you! The castle is safe. I couldn't have done it without your help. Thank you. But it won't bring back father. Bijou is manipulating the Navarre ninjas. What kind of monster is she? She took my kingdom, my father and my brother. She will never be forgiven. Charlotte don't like Bijou. What if she attacks again? We've re-established our defenses. We won't make the same mistake again. Yes, and the flowers don't work on us anymore. We can send out scouting parties now. Miss Lees, please stay. We need your guidance. Lees, you don't have to. If you want to search for Elliot by yourself, we understand. Miss Lees, leader of the Amazon army, would never sit by while Elliot is in enemy hands. Am I right? Right. Eliza, everyone. For my kingdom, I will find Elliot and the Sword of Mana. Until I get back, take care. Miss Lees, be careful. Yep, don't die in the meantime. That would be very inconvenient. I'm going to continue my search for Elliot. Thank you for everything. And Charlotte's gonna go and look for Heath. See, Charlotte's and these are a lot alike. Except Charlotte is prettier, don't you think? What kind of comment is that, buddy? Oh well. Until next time. Now that we have that, the Wind Spirit's help, let's go back to Forsena. Indeed. Also, we just grabbed the interest rail on the way. And then we just move on. Back to Forsena we go. Or at least that's the plan. Kind of amusing to me. Angel, the mage, runs up and whacks to the enemy and whacks them over the head with her stick. Sometimes she does more than 1 damage. Hello. Huh? This is your fault. Yeah, come here, you. Hey, don't hurt the kitty cat. Nikita. Hey, bro, help me out here, will ya? You remember me. Alright, anybody who hurts that cat will answer to me, understood? His animation and his words don't match here. Anyways, how do we know you're not one of them too? Ah, to hell with them both, let's go. Anyways, understandably, most of the people were kind of miffed that the Thief Guild of Navarre ended up just, you know, taking over their entire city and occupying basically everything that they were holding dear to themselves. And of course, they would like to put that to not happen again. And also to release some steam now that the air gun. Thanks, bro. I gotta tell you, so much has happened since you left Navarre. Bijou used her magic to control everyone. People who tried to resist it were just killed. Jessica was already cursed, so the spell didn't work on her. Bijou had her put in jail. That's actually kind of funny, because I guess, as I mentioned in this game, if you are already under a negative status effect, putting any other negative status effect will just cancel the previous one. I guess that also works in the story. Just a fun observation. Then they fortified the walls. I couldn't do anything about it. They put me under the spell too. The fortified walls doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you don't know that the way Nikita actually freed Hawk from prison was by busting through the wall behind that in the cell. I see. Bro, I'll let you down. I couldn't defend Jessica. It's not your fault. And don't even think about going back for her. Too dangerous. It's been a hassle. Well, later. Okay, they didn't hurt the kitty cat, so we're all fine. So, we can buy new weapons here. So if you were to go into this weapon shop earlier, they wouldn't have had anything new to sell, but they do now. We're gonna buy the chain glove, which is a substantial attack power increase. And that's it. I genuinely don't think Charlotte and Angela can currently keep up with trying to deal physical damage compared to Kevin, at least. Like, if I was a bit more, like, normally leveled, they actually would deal decent damage contributing with their physical attacks. But because I'm kind of just not really stopping that much around. Also, we get, like, double the defense compared to what we had before, because I haven't upgraded the armor in a while either. So yeah. Upgrades all around. Alrighty, instead of a lamb suit, you get now the sailor dress. And instead of a silk robe, we have a bat coat. Ah, vampire capes. We're probably gonna see a lot of vampire capes at the end of the month again. Anyways, I guess I never upgraded your armor ever, huh, Kevin? New one. Okay, and with this, I think we're gonna take a bit of a break. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around for a while, get some food, and I think I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. And look at this little guy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Very adorable. One thing I'll do before that... I don't know about you, but when I look at a screen, I don't like when there's something blinking, and Angela's HP bar is blinking. Because I'm playing the game and then tend to be so focused on other things, I didn't actually notice until now, but now that we're just gonna stand around for a while. Well, I'm gonna take a break. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking, and until later. Also in chat, right now there's the stuff where, in case you're curious what the ridiculously large donation bar at the bottom is, the details are in chat. Thank you for being around, I appreciate you. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry, that took a bit longer than I anticipated. But welcome everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome. Or well, welcome back potentially to a bit more Trials of Mana. We need to go back to Forsena in order to receive more information from the king there, so let's head over to the ship and take the ship there, I would suggest. This is a free ride, get on! Okay. Free ride to Forsena. Wait, Forsena's not even a town where you can get to by ship, is it? Oh well. Hello, and thank you. Somehow I feel like we are driving in circles. You know, I'm pretty notorious for being terrible at navigating Flamme in the overworld in Secret of Mana. But this overworld is much easier to navigate. And somehow the ships keep going in circles. They must have a terrible navigator. And one of my favorite sound effects in a Super Nintendo game coming up. Ah, Charlotte board. This ship is too slow. Yeah! And as long as I don't move, Charlotte is just gonna stay in shock in perpetuity. Just absolutely stunning until she wiggles and then gets back to normal. I guess her idle animation kicked in. Welcome to... Hey, Grandpa, help! I'm scared. Welcome to the ghost ship. Population me. Do ghosts count against the population limit of a town? I guess it kind of depends on whether they move in with other people against their will or not, huh? Hello? Hello? Charlie fainted. I don't like this anymore. Charlie wants to go home. Wait a minute. Charlie didn't faint. I sense the presence of a spirit here, but it's very weak. You mean there's a spirit in this scary place? I don't know. We'll have to go and find out. Hey, something's here. Look out. That's okay. We don't have to worry about anything there. Ooh, slimies. Maybe we can get our thing that I'm looking for here. Let me switch over to controlling Kevin. Let me try to switch over to controlling Kevin. If the game allows. My goodness, we're getting murdered because I can't control my characters. You played the game, you kind of know what I'm talking about, but I pressed select twice, then my characters just walked into the enemies, doing nothing for the most part. Did I equip the new armor and stuff? I don't feel like I have the new armor on Kevin. Also, by the way, this is where Angela's ability to cast Holy Spell actually is very helpful. Because they do take a decent chunk of damage from them for what it's worth. Plus, we want to kill the slime last. So we hopefully get the red drop from them. That guy's not dead yet. That's impressive. No, he's done. No, just... Anyways, did I not equip Kevin's weapon? I feel like he does too little damage right now. We did upgrade the armor. Yeah, I forgot to equip his weapon. I was correct. And moving on through the scary place. Sing a song so you don't get spooked. Or some. Oh, right. Ah, you can do this without knowing, well, getting the combination first, but I don't remember the combination. It was something like Book of Blood, Book of Curses, Book of Blood, Book of Death, Book of Curses, Book of Death. Ah, I actually got it. I'm pretty sure part of my combination was entirely superfluous, but that's alright. Alrighty, first person to comment. Who should read this book? The first person who comments is gonna get the choice. Should I read this book with Kevin, Charlotte, or Angela? Vetra says Kevin. Alrighty, Kevin it is. Good. Captain's log. Die. What? Good evening. So this guy is kind of weird. Mataro. Hi, I'm Mataro, expert on paranormal activity. You could find this guy over in the city where the black market is, which I forgot the name of, naturally. And he will tell you that he would absolutely be enthralled if you ever were to be able to check out a ghost ship. He would love to just kind of go and check that out, and he did manage to do so. Good job. Can you believe it? I'm really a ghost now, and I'm on a ghost ship. I've been waiting for this my whole life. Wait till I tell the guys back home. Oh, you've got to try this. I was about to leave anyway. Here, I'll pass it on to you. Oh? Ghost? It looks like he's transferred his curse over to you. In order to leave the ship, you have to pass it on to someone else. Someone else? And the two girls just run away. You run away! You be mean to me! You weren't thinking of sacrificing your friend here, were you? The source of the curse is on the ship somewhere. Let's go look for it. If you need help, come back. I switch with you. Alright, we do this without Kevin. Sorry about taking away your tank / melee. It sounds kind of fun. It definitely is going to pose quite a bit of a challenge, I will say. Because I don't have any fairy walnuts. So I believe some of these rooms, if you clear them out, do in fact spawn merchants, if I'm not mistaken. But this is also kind of where I guess I will have to rely on Angela's spellcasting abilities. I'm looking for the shop that might hopefully sell fairy walnuts, because without them, it's going to be a little bit more awkward to replenish our MP. If this is all we have to work with. Hello? Welcome. Hi. Oh, it is the shop. How convenient. Oh, I need inventory space. I also would like to buy chocolates because candies are not really doing it anymore at this point in terms of healing power. Put the round drop in storage, and you know, if I ever need to change the daytime, I know I have Dream Syrup in the storage. It's fine. But yes, that's exactly part of the reason why I decided to leave the choice up to the chat, because it could pose a bit of a challenge. Because my mind was mostly, if I leave Angela behind, one of her few really strong points where she can actually deal damage to the boss coming up is kind of negated. But if I leave Charlotte behind, it's gonna be a bit more awkward because, well, we don't have an easy heal anymore. So, we leave Kevin behind, who would have been dealing all the damage to the boss if I were so inclined. Anyways, we just leave. Do these... You don't one-shot this thing, do you? This has too much HP, I believe. Attack power down. We were not dealing much damage to begin with. Also, Angela should level up relatively soon, so maybe we should try to take out some more enemies. Plus, we still are looking for that slime item, if we can get it. It's not technically necessary, it would just be very convenient. Also, wasn't there like a stronger zombie coming from the left? I think it was this room, so we'll probably have to get by the slime and take care of that. There is her level up. Gonna give her spirit, that is going to make her spell deal more damage. Ow, that's a lot of damage, dude. She also learned Air Blast, since we picked up Sylph as a summon spirit. Well, summon spirit. One of the magical elemental spirits. Now she can cast wind elements. Ah, it wasn't the last enemy. How inconvenient. In the Trials of Mana remake, I did a challenge run where I was playing through with solo Angela on minimum battle. That's quite a challenge. And unsurprisingly, the chimney was one of the biggest hurdles to clear. We probably should heal. This note here would say Book of Blood, Book of Death, Book of Curses, Book of Death. So it is right, left, center, left. Okay. So I did actually technically get the correct combination, I just didn't remember whether well, the order of things, really. Too foggy to see anything. Something is looking in. Spooky. I don't know why that interactable is there, as mentioned before. This game has very rarely anything interactable at all in the environment, but that just happens to be one of them that I randomly just stumbled upon at some point. It's just a little picture of a skilly. Because why not, I guess. You can actually get upgraded weapons in this place, but Angela's spell damage doesn't really scale with weapons, I don't think. I could be wrong about that. Anyways, Angela, I forgot to buy more than just about enough fairy walnuts, so maybe we should have bought slightly more. It'll be fine. Also, as you can see, all of these enemies missed because they started their attack animation before I opened the menu, and then ended the attack animation after the menu was closed, and their attack time, so to speak, ran out. And so they were guaranteed to miss. There is no evasion stat in this game. Welcome to my ship of wandering spirits. Charlotte wanna go home. You made my friend a ghost. Fix it. There's only one way out. Gorva appeared. Alright, hit Gorva. 1 damage swings. So, Gorva. He can be a bit of a nuisance to try to damage with a melee attacker, because it lost to teleporter. Also, Charlotte is gonna miss here guaranteed because her attack got interrupted, as you can see it miss. Just kind of to continuously prove that evasion doesn't exist, even if there are misses in this game. But yeah, Angela deals pretty solid damage, all things considered. It's very competent. And the melee attacker often has the problem that Gorbat, you know, it just randomly moves around on the arena. But because we are stuck on the boat here, we actually cannot get particularly high up, so he is very easily and very frequently out of melee range, although so far he would have been very friendly towards being hit by melee attacks. Now you wonder if taking Angela would have been worse. Oh no, Kevin would be able to murder this guy pretty efficiently. Angela just has a reasonable way of dealing with him. Again, this is one of the few battles I would argue Angela is decent at. Melee attacks are still king in this game, or queen, depending on who you use as a melee attacker, I guess. But due to the nature of this battle, this is where Angela can contribute reasonably well. But if you're going for real time, in terms of like speedrun things, this is not the way to go. And Kevin will destroy this guy within short order. Well, I say short order. Like, battle time wise, we take about a quarter of the time that Kevin would take in order to defeat this boss here. But real time, Kevin would be about twice as fast, if that makes sense. Like, because we keep stopping the battle by opening the menu, and we keep stopping the battle by the spell animation playing, effectively not a whole lot of like battle time, if you will, passes. So conversely, Gorba also gets much less of an opportunity to ever deal any damage because of it, which is kind of a benefit if you're worried about just surviving the fight. Is there a store on the ship? If you have a magic party, no, you're out of luck. Oh, yes, there is a store on the ship. I actually visited that just earlier. The very first door that you go out of right after visiting the cabin's room, the captain's room, if you defeat all enemies in there appears a ghostly zombie that sells you items. And I did actually buy fairy walnuts just earlier. The alternative would be if you have Angel's Grails, or, well, Cups of Wishes, depending on your translation. These would also recover your MP, so all you need to do is you need to just let Angela get knocked out and just revive her, and she gets full MP again. I think that's his desperation attack, so he must be below 25% HP. It's not a particularly strong one, but it is still his desperation attack. Oh, Charlotte is out of MP. That's fine. We're gonna defeat this guy before he knocks out Charlotte, surely. Right? Also, I heard a thing that don't say anything in chat, so let me go and check. I have so much time during the boss battle that I can actually look at the thing. Because the animations just take forever and a half. At least it feels like it. Oh, Sarchibald, thank you. Sarchibald or Sarchibald? Anyways, however I pronounce it, thank you kindly. Thank you so much for the $50 donation, I really appreciate it. Please take the money and start a new, happier and more stable life. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate it. To be honest, I have a hard time imagining something that would be happier, because I've been, as I said, I've been allowed to live a dream basically these last 10 years. I've been in a really lucky position. Stable, you know, that's kind of the catch about it though. Victory. Good job, Angela. You did all of the damage. Charlotte added like 5 damage with her flail. You have released my soul from captivity. Now, allow me to return the favor. Obtain the power of shade. Ah, we can throw shade now. Sorry. Hey, Kevin, welcome back. Oh, welcome back. If Shade is here, then the Mana Stone of Darkness is on the ship as well? No, that stone is lost. It doesn't exist anymore. Huh? Centuries ago, people used the Mana Stone as a source of power to live in peace. Then war erupted, and the seal on the Mana Stone of Darkness was released. Then, God Beast of Darkness? Yes. It wandered across the land, from country to country like a dark plague, subverting the peaceful energy of the other mana stones, using them as instruments of death. I've heard of that before. The Priest of Light told me the same story. The world had never seen such a catastrophe. Civilization fell, countless lives were lost. The Mana Stone of Darkness has never existed since. I spent my days on this ghost ship. Whatever happened to the God Beast of Darkness then? Why wasn't the world destroyed? Difficult to say. One day, the God Beast simply vanished. So here's a question. Do we actually know what happened to the God Beast of Darkness? Like, genuine question. Feel free to answer that if you know the answer. Because I don't think this is ever actually answered, is it? Well, it might be answered somewhere that I just don't know about. Because to my knowledge, what actually happened to the God Beast of Darkness is never revealed. What I can tell you, minus spoilers, there is a Mana Stone of Darkness, and it is sealed within. So somebody or something managed to seal it at some time. Anyways, perhaps it left somewhere satisfied that its job was done. Perhaps it exists on another world somewhere in the form of another Mana Stone. Perhaps it is planning another disaster for this world. Nobody knows. Maybe it's responsible for the recent loss of mana. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Completely interrupt myself here. I didn't add the plus 50. I added them now. Thank you. Sorry, I need to do it manually and my brain forgets sometimes. But why? Oh, my soul was released. This ship will soon disappear. Hey, Charlie can swim! Don't worry, Kevin can swim for 3 people. Fun fact about Kevin's intro cutscene. He just straight up swims across the ocean to get to Wendell. Like, all the other characters just take a ship like normal people. Kevin just swims. It's one of my favorite parts about him. He's just like, okay, I need to get there. How do I get there? Well, there's water, so I swim. We're back. Oh, we're in Buka. Sounds like a volcano is gonna go boom boom. And Angel is still knocked out. You loved his old SNES game you played? It was a treat to watching play Fantasia. I'm glad you think so, thank you. Oh, also, before I forget about it, Sarchibald. If you'd like to put your donation towards something, some votes, you are allowed to do that. So you just need to let me know where to. If not, that's okay too. Buskabuff! Buskaff! Buskaff! Come back, I like you. I love that turtle guy. Turtle bird thing? I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be. It's kind of like a kappa, but if kappas were gigantic and friendly, amazing creatures, which mythologically they're not. Alright, it's kind of funny. Charlotte and Angel get a full heal after the boss battle because they level up and because they get fully healed. But Kevin actually had the same amount of HP and MP from before the battle. Not like the MP really matters much. A rebellion are they called in this version. Again, this is the fan translation. This fan translation is very old at this point. Like, very old. More spirit. But it's still quite possible, I would say. But of course, since it is an official translation now, we also know what the various things and creatures, concepts are supposed to be called. But the fan translation at the time, of course, had absolutely no idea, because they were just translating a game that was never translated before. Galby. Oh, gal refers to like a gal, like a female person. Like, I always thought it was referring to something like they missed an E, like Galeby, and it just spews out gales because they're kind of flying. But no, that I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. That was the wrong thing to use, Charlotte. I'm a dingus. It's not your fault. I'm gonna control Kevin for now. That way I can be a bit more targeted in who I'm attacking. You know, I kinda meant to just fight everything along the way as we went. But somewhere halfway along the way, I started to realize, well, a lot of these enemies are not really worth much in terms of experience, so I just started skipping them again. Welcome to the Tomato Village. Fun fact, there is a save point here. It's a totem. Which kind of begs the question, since the totem functionally has the exact same function as the Mana Goddess statue that also heals you on saves your game, does that mean the Mana Goddess takes this kind of form as well for the totem tomato people? Or is that an entirely different concept in God that is kind of lending us its strength anyways? But yeah, you can save and heal up here, which might not be necessarily obvious. I bet we can buy a new weapon. One of these things is like a regular shop, one of them is a weapon shop. What? I keep forgetting Charlotte has such funky pieces of equipment. Let's buy a poto suit, a wolf belt, and a tiger bikini. It's, I guess, thematically appropriate. You would think the tiger bikini wouldn't exactly have a whole lot of defense, but Angela begs to disagree. Probably not gonna use that many anyways. Anyways, in order to proceed on this island, we need to talk to this friend. West of this village, there is a cave where the sea dweller lives. He could help you escape the island, but the entrance to his cave is blocked off. A large boulder fell on it during an earthquake. You'll have to find another way in. Welcome. You know, it's kind of funny. We basically step one step outside of the village. You know, I have the money. Let's just equip the others too. We step one step outside of the village, and all of the tomato guys are just attacking us. But while we are inside of their village, they're just like, oh, guests, we can trade with them and barter. We have a steel maul and a poto suit. Why? Because that's what the developers decided to give. Anyways, we turn from a bat coat into a tiger bikini. We go with the good old RPG tradition of the less the female characters are wearing, the higher the defense. Of course. I always appreciate like a fully armored and equipped like female knight in RPGs. Like, they usually look pretty amazing. So I don't agree with this kind of tendency. Like, I think Final Fantasy Tactics had it really well done. Anyways, we are staying here. It is not our place to defy nature. When we die, we die. So, running away is defying nature. Basically, they are telling you, yeah, the volcano could explode. That's pretty normal. If we die, we die. I don't agree with this. But you do you, I guess, because it's not like we can convince you otherwise. There is no dialogue options for such. X. Welcome to Cockatrice. These things are pretty annoying. Because when they transform, they get back their full HP. Or more specifically, they turn into an entirely different creature with full HP. You can theoretically defeat the little guys before they transform. But yeah, also their special attack here reduces your physical defense, which is very dangerous because they do hit decently hard. But I guess we got lucky enough. Hey, Angel, it's a level up. We could give her more spirit for her dark and light spells to deal more damage, but... I don't remember there being another use for that. There might be. I just don't remember. Anyways, we give her strength. Let her punch a little bit harder with her stuff that we just bought. Also, she just learned Evil Gate because we do have Shade as our team member now. Also, Angela is taking a nap because she got murdered. These things attack really fast, and because of our defense down, deal even more damage than usual. I'm gonna ignore them because they are just really awkward to knock out at this stage. Don't mind me, just walking by. Charlotte, don't take this egg with you, you can't keep it. This is another one of these points where you might get stuck for a while if you don't know how to proceed. Luckily, I distinctly remember that when I went to this place, I thought, this rock is kind of unusual, and tried to interact with it. And you, of course, need to use Gnome in order to open up a passage that has caved in recently. Ahaha, look at this, it's the entrance to a cave, just give me a sec. All clear. Like, to me, this one was not one of the pain points, but I can imagine somebody just running around on the island, especially since the other guy tells you, oh, well, the rock has caved in the entrance, so you need to find another way. Like, you naturally just start looking everywhere else, because, well, you think you might have to. But it turns out you don't have to, because you can actually just go there. Enjoy the music. For some reason, listening to this music just kind of gave me some, like, similar vibes that I felt when I was first introduced to Monoko in a certain other game. Like, it seems like a similar kind of energy to the music. Fun fact, you have to press the attack button in order for Kevin to transform, but his attack that he always does after you transform has not actually yet started, technically speaking. So unlike other attacks, well, interrupting it during the earlier part of the animation is not gonna make you miss your attack. Alright, I don't feel like fighting these guys. They keep transforming and basically have double the health pool compared to normal enemies. Also, if I transform and Charlotte uses heal light on me, this also accounts for Kevin's enrage, so he now has also the attack up buff, even if he didn't get hit by the enemies. Also, Kevin levels up. Kevin, you need to be smarter. There's not really any good reason to level any stat in particular. Because once we chop change, all of the character stats get set to a specific value anyways, regardless of what you did before. And also, regardless of what you did before, all of the set stats are always much stronger. Or like at least as high, if not higher than the highest possible you could achieve on those characters anyways. So you don't lose anything about transforming early. Actually, contrary. You lose out on extra stats if you do the chop change after the minimum level required. It's not a big deal if you lose out on them, by the way. It's just kind of if you want to go for absolute min-maxing. Alright, this battle we have to fight here. There's no way out. Unfortunately, we don't have salamanders, so we can't just throw fire at these guys. But I think a little bit AoE here would probably be just fine. Oh, we actually defeated one before it transformed. I did not mean to do that, but enjoy your claw now. You know, the game is so laggy, it infected my brain. My brain that lagged so much that I didn't realize I was in the wrong menu, meant to heal. That's my excuse anyways. It's not a particularly good one, is it? We can just keep going here. There's only one mandatory encounter in this entire cave complex. We are already past it. Wait, no, there's a second one. I remembered. Just now, there is the second one right over here. This room. Path opened up to the west. Go, Yaga, go. Xhamon, thank you so much for subscribing with the Prime thing. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay for 4 months. Appreciate it. By the way, when in doubt at a crossing, just go left in this dungeon here. That seems to usually work. But for some reason, I still have a very distinct memory of the entire layout of this place, Well, that's not true. I have a distinct memory of where I need to go in this place. I don't actually know all the side rooms for the most part. It's kind of fascinating on how much I remember about these games, though, I would say. Like, I'm consistently surprised that I didn't forget more. Although I always forget that there's one more room in between the save statue and this place right here. Trapped. Hey, who's there? I am Xhamon. I have come to follow through with the Dark Prince's prophecy to end your lives. Dark Prince? Charlotte never heard of him. I'd tell you, but you're about to die anyway. This volcano will erupt any minute. He's the bad guy in Lisa's and Hawk's story, so we're not actually gonna see much of him. Uh-oh! Also, there is a sprite of a creature boss that is unimplemented in the game files that would fit very well into here. If you are ever interested in this, the cutting room floor has, well, a really nice extract of all the little things that, well, were probably left on the cutting room floor. What's that? Is he here to save us? Yes, this amazing turtle bird friend gets us out there before the volcano erupts fully. I love this guy. I don't know. He has a shell on his back like a turtle and kind of leather straps as if it was his backpack instead. He has goggles, so like swimming goggles equipped. He has a flag in his back that just kind of swings left and right. And did you know that Buskav can sing? Not right now, but we're gonna make Buskav sing in just a moment. You've always wondered, is the pumpkin chocolate made from pumpkins or is it in the shape of pumpkin? Actually, I assume it's in the shape of pumpkins. Unless they have some properties that I'm not... Well, I guess I don't know what pumpkins are made out of. But no. Yay, thanks, Mr. Turtle. No problem. I love this guy. He's so good. Where were we? Oh yeah, now we go back to the first scene and talk to King. By the way, fun fact, I'm pretty sure there is no port to Forsina, so we have to talk to Cannon again. So that ship just randomly saying, hey, free trip. They didn't ask us where to go or where we wanted to go, it's just a free trip. Okay. Now after that little side adventure, we go back over to Forsina through a direct route. Well, I guess you could say it is kind of a bit of a roundabout route because we're going all the way up and then back all the way down. It's kind of like a big curve or corner we're taking, except that the usual ones are more on a flat plane, horizontal. This one is more of a vertical curve. Also, I should lead with Charlotte, because she's the leader. I don't know if it influences anything in this cutscene. Or it just feels more correct. Can I just by the way, point out that every character, like Hawk, Lise, Angela, Durant, they all walk reasonably normal, like a little bit exaggerated for what it's worth. But then you have Charlotte with her gigantic shoes just waddling like she's a penguin or something like that. And then you have Kevin, who's just stomp, 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 stomp. I absolutely love Kevin's walking cycle. He's just like stomp, 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 stomp. Like he's on a mission to confront somebody because he's angry. It's so good. Anyways. You've returned, and with you the spirits of light, earth, wind, and darkness. You still have 4 more to retrieve. I'm counting on you. And he's gonna tell us how. Or where, really. The Barnstone of Water is in Altena, in a cave south of the snowfields. You'll find Undyne there, but be careful, the stone's energy has already been released. You know, the implication of this is, Altena, if the stone's energy has already been released, that was probably done by the local queen that needs to use forbidden spells in order to release the stone, so somebody got sacrificed there. Because if you remember, the spell to release the stone's energy is cursed, and the caster will die. Well, at least for all we know. South of the desert of the scorching heat lies the Valley of Flames. There you'll find the Mana Stone of Fire and its guardian spirit Salamander. Southeast of here you'll find the Moonlight Forest and the Mana Stone of the Moon. The beastmen inhabiting that area are quite strong, so be prepared. Also, we can either go to the ice country or to the desert. Which one should I go first? What is your opinion? If you don't know what is where, you're even more welcome to give me an opinion. Like, if you don't know the game, feel free to say, I like the heat, so let's go to desert, or you prefer the cold, let's go ice country, I don't know. Any reasoning is fine. Let's see, the Mana Stone of Wood is in the Forest of Wonder, but it's inaccessible by land. South of that is the Lampflower Forest and the elf village of Dior. The Fairy King lives in Dior, so he knows more about the Mana Stone. The giant turtle that carried you from Buka is known as Buskav. I believe the Japanese pronunciation is something along the lines of Buskabe, which in the fan translation it translated as Buskaboo, which, you know, is kinda cute. But Buskav with V, well, actually 2 V's at the beginning and the end, is kind of how the official translation does it. And honestly, Buskav kind of makes a lot of sense of how it translates, but Buskaboo is a really cute name, and I love that turtle. He normally doesn't interact with people, but perhaps he knew you were chosen by the fairy. I have a flute that was once used to summon Buskav, but it hasn't been used for ages. But now, if you go to a beach and play the flute, he should come. Go now, take it. Cool. Get the Pihiara flute. I don't know what Pihiara means. Too many items. Right. I'll keep this here until we have room. I forgot about this part. Alrighty. It's winter time. Cold seems reasonable. Says Kyo. And Wolfstorm says you're going to say the same thing. Excellent. They don't need Siren's Claws. Probably. Obtain the Pihiara flute. Sorry, I cut the jingle short. I didn't know I could do that, actually. I pressed the A button because it's a text box. In the text box you click the A button. Alrighty. Hey, buddy. Let's go back to Maya, and then we sing the Song of the Turtles. But also, as a quick heads up, I'm tired, so I think I'm gonna take it easy for today and not stream for quite as long. So we're gonna get to the Winter Wonderland, which has some of the best music in the game, and I think I'll be done for today. So, also, on a side note, a big reason why I haven't played the Super Nintendo games in recent memory, Tales of Fantasia, Terranigma, as well as Trials of Mana, aka Second Instance 3, is because I was kinda burnt out on them. Because every time I play them, I just want to appreciate those games and just kind of explain all the little quirks and details and just point out all the things to the people watching. And I've just done that in the past so many times that it required a lot of energy to just do that over and over. But it was really nice after, honestly, quite a long time now to just come back to these games and just play them again. If you'd like to watch the VODs of Terranigma, where I try to point out as much about the story as possible, or also Tales of Fantasia if you haven't seen that, there are the VODs up on this channel if you'd like to see them too. I also in Discord have set up like the links for just getting to the VODs if you'd like to see those. It's not up on YouTube. I would need to download them and upload them, and I don't currently have the energy to do that. So, I think, at least for now, if you'd like to watch them, they are on Twitch available. Also, Buskav can sing. Look at this. He's cross-eyed sometimes. Anyways, if you press the E button while swimming on Buskav, he can sing. A wonderful song, some might say. There's no purpose to honking, but it's just fun. Am I in the correct spot? I am. I'm surprised, because I had no memory as to where to land in the ice country, but I guess it kind of just makes sense up here. Alrighty. So, this is normal city music, and out here we have one of the nicest themes in the game. The purpose of honking is to honk, true. Alright everybody, I'm done for today. Again, a bit tired. Trying to get some good sleep today, so hopefully we can continue tomorrow. We might cut this into 3 parts. Terranigma and Tales of Fantasia both finished in 2 days each. Theoretically, I could do this with this game as well, but with the extra incentive of getting to 3rd job classes, it might take an additional day. Anyways, hope you enjoyed your stay around here. Thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking, and as usual, I would like to emphasize, if you don't want to donate or just don't have the means to donate, I hope nobody feels like they are supposed to, because you're welcome to just be around. You don't need to throw money at a random internet person such as myself, okay? You're welcome to just be here without anything. So thank you for being around. I hope you have a nice evening and take good care. Good night.